EVE Online is a vast
When you're 85 years old on your deathbed, you're not going to wish you had fewer crazy stories. So let me introduce you to the School Game. The School Game is a 30-day challenge to help you build a business absolutely free, all in one place. There's no additional
My name's Stephen Axford, and I take photographs of fungi. This stage I'm standing on is an endangered lowland subtropical rainforest near where I live, on the north coast of New South Wales in Australia. Over the past 10 years, I've taken many photographs of mushrooms in this forest, and I've also taken photographs of mushrooms in some of the most remote forests on the planet. Photographing mushrooms has become a passion that has completely changed my view of the world. This is the first mushroom I ever photographed. Its scientific name is Cortinarius archeri. Why did I photograph it? Well, it was back in 2003. My wife had died 5 years earlier from breast cancer, and then I had a life-threatening illness. I'd survived both, but when you face death, it makes you rethink your life. And I was looking to reinvent myself. The wild places along the Australian coast and the ancient forests became a sanctuary for me. I was walking along a coastal track one day when I spotted this purple mushroom. I didn't even know there were purple mushrooms. And if you'd asked me what a mushroom was, I could probably tell you that it wasn't a plant, but that's about all I knew. I was a computer software engineer, and I had never studied botany or zoology or any of the life sciences. But after I photographed this mushroom, I became intrigued with fungi. My view of the forest changed forever. Instead of looking up, I looked down, scouring the ground for hidden treasures. These are just a few of the mushrooms I discovered in those early days. I was very focused on colour back then. This one is Hygrossebe graminicolor, a stunning green mushroom that grows in the rainforests of Tasmania. It is quite small, it's only 1 to 3 centimetres across the cap. I was very excited when I found this specimen, as they are very hard to see. Moss green mushrooms growing in moss green moss. I knelt down and took the photograph, which I thought was a very special single specimen. And when I stood up, I realised I'd been kneeling in a whole patch of green mushrooms, hiding in green moss. This is a russula, which can often be the perfect looking mushroom. They come in reds, yellows, purples and greens, with bright white gills underneath. They're very appealing to many photographers, and many are edible. Some tasty, some not so tasty, and some not edible at all. This is one of my favourite mushrooms. It's called Mycena interrupta. It appears in April and May on fallen wood in many forests in southern Australia. Stunning, isn't it? All these species are what people generally think of as a mushroom. They have a stem, they have a cap, and they have gills. But then I started to see mushrooms that didn't look anything like this, and I realised I had a very narrow view of what a mushroom really is. Like this orange fungus. It is a species of Ramaria. They come in a dazzling variety of colours. It looks like undersea coral, doesn't it? Which of course attracted me as a photographer. This is one of the many shelf fungus I started to see, Trametes versicolor. These fungi last a long time as they decompose large fallen logs and tree stumps. So they tend to be around even when other mushrooms are not. This one is Cordiarites frondosa. It's an ascomycete, which is commonly called a cup fungus. I never knew that fungus could be such a beautiful black. Incidentally, I've been told that Cordiarites group of mushrooms can be extremely poisonous, so don't be fooled by its beautiful appearance. Many people in China know this fungus. Its name is Hericium coralloides, which we know as the coral tooth fungus. We've seen it in forests in Yunnan, and the locals told us it's an edible mushroom.
Set on a picture-perfect acreage just outside of town, this beautiful, meticulously
When I started to discover this huge diversity of fungi, it was like someone opened my eyes. I realised there was much more to mushrooms than just different colours. What started as a photographic journey then became a journey into the science of fungi through the vehicle of photography. My first big discovery was that fungi are not plants or animals, that they are a whole separate kingdom of life. Scientists think there may be 4 to 5 million species of fungus on the planet, but so far we've only documented around 200,000 of them, so there's a lot left to learn. The photographs I take are generally mushrooms, the fruiting body of macrofungi, just like apples on a tree. Some of these fungi are saprobes. These are the recyclers of the forest, where the body of the fungus, the mycelium, a mass of branching thread-like hyphae, grows inside dead wood or leaves or in the soil, breaking down the dead vegetation. Without these saprobes, all the fallen wood in the forest would just pile up, like it did back in the Carboniferous era, over 300 million years ago, when the dead trees were gradually compressed into coal seams. The Carboniferous era ended when fungi evolved the ability to break down lignin in wood and decompose it, recycling all those nutrients back into the soil to feed the trees. Another type of mushroom that I photograph in the forest are called ectomycorrhizal fungi. These live in a mutualistic relationship with trees. They provide the trees with water, minerals and nutrients from the soil. The trees provide carbohydrates to the fungi. You might have heard of the wood wide web. That's where the mycelium connects all the trees in a forest through a vast network. To a certain extent, the trees can communicate with each other through the web, perhaps warning each other of insect pests or sharing nutrients across the forest. Scientists are just starting to find out how trees use this network. But what we do know is that trees connected in the forest by a fungal network survive much better than individual trees do on their own outside the forest. Another very cool type of fungus I've been documenting in forests are the parasitic fungi. Some of these are parasitic on trees and will eventually kill the trees. Some are parasitic on insects. These are commonly called cordyceps, and we've found heaps of them, mainly in Asia, but particularly in Yunnan in China. We always get a buzz out of cordyceps because they're so difficult to find. You just see the fruiting body coming out of the ground, maybe a little orange stem, and you go, aha, there's a cordyceps. This is one of the fun side journeys I've been on as I've explored the kingdom of fungi. It's a slime mould. Now, slime mould is fascinating stuff, more closely related to malaria and amoebic dysentery than it is to other life forms. It has colourful names like dog's vomit and wolf's milk, but it looks like fungi, so it tends to get lumped in with fungi. And then there are lichen. It's estimated that 6% of the Earth's land surface is covered with lichen. Isn't that amazing? Many people think that lichens are plants, but in fact they're a mutualistic symbiosis between an algae or cyanobacteria together with 2, 3 or even 4 species of fungus. The algae provides carbohydrates to the fungus through photosynthesis, and the fungi's role is to provide the structure to the lichen. Each lichen needs its algae and all of its species of fungi to survive. Everything about lichen is complex, so I'll just stick to photographing their beauty and leave the science to those who are better qualified. The kingdom of fungi is full of cool science like this. Check out this bird's nest fungus. I often find them growing in mulch in my garden, so they're saprobes and they grow on wood. The interesting thing about these mushrooms is the way they spread their spores. You can see that there are little eggs inside the nest. Each of those is actually a spore packet, and the nest is what's called a splash bucket. So when it rains, a raindrop will hit the splash bucket and splash the spore packet out of the nest, sometimes shooting it by as much as 3 meters away. Often there is a fine thread attached to the spore packet. When this hits some low vegetation, that thread wraps around a twig or a leaf, holding the spore packet above
I've tried to find a way, and I've tried to find a way out. There's nothing left to do for me or you, so the beatings will continue till morale. The beatings will continue till morale. What you gonna do?
Hate seeing ads? Here's how to get rid of them, or get paid to see them. Do you know how much of the content you see on a daily basis are actually ads? That's an ad. That's an ad. Yep, all ads. That's why Pi will transform the way you scroll online. It blocks all ads for free. YouTube ads, cookie pop-ups, search ads, and it even works on Amazon. But that's not even the best part. Pi is the first ever ad blocker that will pay you if you opt in to see ads. You can finally get straight to your search results without being bombarded with a million ads. And unlike most ad blockers, you know this one is working because you can physically see your ads disappear. Browsing online has never been faster, easier, or better. Download Pi today.
Google AI helps you find your best customers by optimizing your campaigns in real time. Start by setting your specific goals, and Google AI will help maximize your reach across search, YouTube, display, shopping, Gmail, Maps, and more, all from a single campaign. Put Google AI to work for your business. Sign up for Google Ads today.
Now it's recording. Having a Marilyn Monroe moment.
Throughout life's ups and downs, you've always kept your sense of style. Go you! Keep watching to learn more about Vumerity.
Relapsing MS won't tell me who to be.
Don't tell me who to be. I'm still me, Vumerity. I'm still me. I'm still me. I'm still me, Vumerity.
Vumerity is a pill for adults with relapsing multiple sclerosis, including clinically isolated syndrome, relapsing remitting disease, and active secondary progressive disease. Vumerity reduces relapses, which is a treatment goal in relapsing MS. Vumerity also slows the development of brain lesions that are shown on MRIs. And Vumerity may delay disability progression. Since Vumerity is a pill, you can take it from the comfort of home or wherever your day takes you. Do not take Vumerity if you are allergic to diroximel fumarate, dimethyl fumarate, or any of the ingredients in Vumerity or are taking dimethyl fumarate. Vumerity may cause serious side effects, including allergic reactions, PML, a rare potentially fatal brain infection, herpes zoster infections or shingles, including central nervous system infections, other serious infections, decreases in your white blood cell count, liver problems, and serious gastrointestinal problems. Your healthcare provider should check your white blood cell count and liver function before and during treatment. Tell your healthcare provider about any infections or other medical conditions. The most common side effects are flushing and stomach problems.
I'm still me. I'm still me. I'm still me, Vumerity. Vumerity, Vumerity.
Ask your healthcare provider if Vumerity is right for you.
What is Vumerity diroximel fumarate? Vumerity is a prescription medicine used to treat people with relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis, MS, to include clinically isolated syndrome, relapsing remitting disease, and active secondary progressive disease in adults. It is not known if Vumerity is safe and effective in children. Important safety information. Do not take Vumerity if you have had an allergic reaction, such as welts, hives, swelling of the face, lips, mouth, or tongue, or difficulty breathing to diroximel fumarate, dimethyl fumarate, or any of the ingredients in Vumerity. Are taking dimethyl fumarate. Before taking and while you take Vumerity, tell your healthcare provider about all of your medical conditions, including if you have liver problems, have kidney problems, have or have had low white blood cell counts or an infection, are pregnant or plan to become pregnant. It is not known if Vumerity will harm your unborn baby. If you become pregnant while taking Vumerity, talk to your healthcare provider about enrolling in the Blossoms Pregnancy Registry. You can enroll in this registry by calling 1-833-569-2635 or visiting blossomspregnancyregistry.com. The purpose of this registry is to monitor the health of you and your baby. Are breastfeeding or plan to breastfeed? It is not known if Vumerity passes into your breast milk. Talk to your healthcare provider about the best way to feed your baby while using Vumerity. Tell your healthcare provider about all the medicines you take, including prescription and over-the-counter medicine.
Good things start with Bob's Red Mill.
Remember when we first met? It was at recess.
Does this look centered?
Let me see. Maybe if I just put it a little more to the...
No, leave it up. It really elevates the space. Oh God, am I the first to arrive?
The rest will be here soon. Please, come in. Right, Agatha?
Shopify is a platform that helps entrepreneurs get started down the path they want. Sometimes starting a business can be scary.
I feel like I lost a little piece of my soul.
Like getting covered in spiders or being buried alive.
A day and a half ago, this thing was the size of the tip of my pinky. There's been stories of toxic waste cleanup by mushrooms. Without mushrooms, we would be overrun with waste. There would not be any life on Earth. Ganoderma lucidum sinci-stricto. It's known as the mushroom of immortality. They're antiviral, antibacterial. It's been shown to shrink and terminate tumor growth. Yeah, we do about 180 bags per cycle, and we do that 3 times a week. Yeah, this used to be done in my house. Yeah, we have some shiitake mushrooms right here that are ready to go.
There's thousands of ways that these guys can save our world and make our environment that much better to live in.
Cultivating fungi and mushrooms is like a balance between science and art. Gonna be taking a look inside of my, this is the spawn incubation / culture media room. And I'm just gonna select out some cultures for today and take a look at some of my spawn. Today, I will be taking little pieces of tissue from these plates and dropping them into nutrient media broths to basically expand the mycelium. Yeah, my name is Michael Crow, and I own Southwest Mushrooms. Here we cultivate a wide variety of gourmet and medicinal mushrooms. Yeah, we just dropped a couple chunks of mycelium tissue of cordyceps. Mycology is the study of fungi and basically the growth of different fungi. People don't realize that there is such a wide array of different mushrooms out there. Molds and fungi starts from spores rather than seed. 2 compatible spores will mate and form mycelium. The mycelium starts out, we plant it on a petri dish, and from there we transfer healthy sectors of mycelium into bags of sterilized grain. Here we have organic wheat berries that we use. From there, mycelium will spread and devour whatever food source that it's working with. Full colonization occurs. You'll see a big, nice, healthy bag of white mycelium. This can get broken up and utilized to inoculate anywhere from 20 to 30 of our production blocks. Without good spawn, you don't have mushrooms. A lot of people that will try to get into growing mushrooms because they've grown like a lot of plants before think that, it'll be basically like kind of similar, but it's definitely totally different. You're germinating spores on petri dishes, you're growing out the mycelium, you're doing transfers into like sterilized grain substrates as opposed to soils. Yeah, this is our production area. This is where our substrate gets made. We use a blend of oak hardwood sawdust plus added supplements like organic wheat bran and certain seed hulls to basically formulate our substrate to get the maximum efficiency from our mushrooms. Bags are filled up to approximately 10 to 12 pounds, and then from there we make our way into the sterilization area where the substrate will be sterilized for a prolonged period of time to make sure we kill off any microorganisms or competitor molds or fungi. Nothing's needed, it's all sterile, so you don't need to use any kind of like pesticides or any kind of fertilizers or additives. You have to really take a lot of care into making sure that you're only growing the fungi that you desire. This is the sterilization room. This is where we sterilize all of our substrate. In here we can sterilize up to 1,600 pounds of fresh substrate at a time. And basically steam comes through and sterilizes at a high temperature, about 212 degrees. If it's not sterilized properly, you'll take it in to inoculate and you'll run into a lot of contamination problems and molds outgrowing your mycelium. We have our spawn right here. This is a California reishi. So we'll take our spawn and just kind of break it up, separate each individual grain, and allow that to become a vehicle for our mycelium. So I'll take a scalpel and then I'll heat sterilize it. The HEPA filter right here is basically providing us just a clean workspace to perform our inoculations. So we're getting a stream of sterile air. It's eyeballed. I'm pretty good at eyeballing it, so that's what I do. So yeah, the bag's placed in front of the flow hood. inflated with a little bit of that sterile air and then sealed. All right, so now our bag's inoculated. And then we're just gonna wanna shake it up. All right, that bag's done.
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate will teach you to code in R, to code in SQL, data visualization, and learning how to problem solve like an analyst would. At the end of the day, being a data analyst is about communication. It's the #1 soft skill that you'll pick up. And so learning how to take the information and make it accessible.
People think that all mushrooms are growing in the dark, on manure. We have wood-loving mushrooms, mushrooms that can grow on insects, and mycorrhizal species of mushrooms that can connect with like different plants. This area is our shiitake incubation area. The shiitake generally takes 8 weeks before we can get it into the fruiting room. We can see the mushrooms at this stage beginning to like popcorn. As the mushroom begins to mature, you let the blocks ripen and they begin to turn brown. And this is a block that's ready to go into our fruiting room. It's ripe and ready. Yeah, generally a lot of new growers will mistake the brown for contamination, but that's actually just the mycelium ripening and getting ready to produce a good crop of mushrooms. And yeah, over here we have some freshly inoculated blocks. We can see the mycelium starting to jump off from the grain that it was inoculated with and looking for sawdust to basically break down and utilize as a food source. In nature, you'd find oyster mushrooms growing off of the sides of trees. So here we kind of try to simulate that way of growth with this block. Inside is oak hardwood sawdust, and the bag kind of acts as an artificial bark, tree bark. So when we give it an incision, it kind of just acts as in nature when the mycelium starts poking out at the right points and receiving the right O2 levels that sends mushrooms out. Once it completely devours all of its food source, the mycelium signals to produce mushrooms. Basically, the mushrooms will start pinning within a few days. You'll start to see a bunch of little baby mushrooms forming all over the block. Usually they'll have like a stem and a cap. Underneath the cap will be the gills, and the gills are responsible for like producing all the spores that the mushroom will utilize to continue the life cycle. We grow mushrooms that in nature you'd find them growing right in the forest, right off of the sides of different trees. So we try to give these mushrooms a little bit of light stimulation, kind of just similar to what you'd get in like a shaded part of the forest. What we do is as our blocks are ready to go in the grow room, we slap our blocks with our hands to basically stimulate the tree falling in nature to shock the mycelium into growing. Once the tree or branch would hit the floor, the mycelium would be shocked into producing the mushrooms because it's basically thinking that its life cycle is coming to an end. That's what mushrooms do. They're basically nature's like grand decomposers. Their job is to break things down and turn it into organic material that can be reused by the environment. There's been stories of toxic waste cleanup by mushrooms, mushrooms being able to break down oils, kind of like the immune system for the planet. Also plastics in the environment. Without mushrooms, we would be overrun with waste. Basically, there would not be any life on Earth. Mushrooms are very crucial to the environment and ecosystem. I started when I was about 15. I just got interested in mushrooms, picked up a couple books, and was just really fascinated by the whole process, how something can just start from spores, something that we really can't see with the naked eye, into just being able to devour things at such a fast rate and produce these mushrooms. And by the time I was 16, I was growing mushrooms as a hobby and just became really hooked on the process. So I started this business after selling some stocks and cashing out my 401k. So I wanted to continue working with mushrooms as for life, I guess, and kind of make it a career path. So I'll just harvest the mushrooms just by simply cutting as close to the base of the block as possible. And then from there we can go ahead and pack everything in the next warehouse and get everything to the desired weights. Creminis and button mushrooms and portobellos, those are secondary decomposing mushrooms. So those mushrooms desire like manure or compost-based substrates. You wouldn't want to keep that stuff under the same roof just because you don't want any kind of cross-contamination getting into your grows. So yeah, we're just specializing in wood-loving species, so species that basically decompose hardwood in nature. You'll find them growing off like fresh trees or basically recently fallen trees. And those strains are like shiitake, oyster mushrooms, more of the medicinal species such as reishi, turkey tail, lion's mane, You'll find maitake growing on oak or in certain hardwoods. Also, the medicinal benefits that they offer are far greater than what you'd find in like a portobello or comini mushroom. These are the mushrooms that contain those anti-cancer, anti-tumor benefits, those immunomodulating, immune system enhancing benefits. They're antiviral, antibacterial. Like reishi specifically is used in like chemotherapy and cancer treatments. It's been shown to shrink and terminate tumor growth. A lot of people that have compromised immune systems are able to utilize certain mushrooms, like shiitake, for instance, has been shown to dramatically increase like production of necessary T helper cells to help fight off infection and keep your body safe. This is called Ganoderma sicile. This is a reishi species from Palmer Woods near Michigan. And this mushroom is mainly used for the medicinal benefits. We can take it and brew it into a tea or make tinctures out of it and utilize it for the health properties. A lot of mushrooms have their own unique like health benefits that you can only get from that mushroom.
You're gonna be really blown away by this. Just gonna press this and see what it gives us.
It's amazing to create chord progressions and melodies. It's very, very easy to apply. Simply press generate. That sounds really cool.
It's finally time. MIDI Wizard 2.0 is out right now. This is the ultimate new way to instantly generate crazy chord progressions and melodies in 30.
It's been used by Eastern medicine for about 4,000 years. Shiitake, for instance, produces a polysaccharide called lentinin. That's something that you can only get from shiitake. Oyster mushrooms produce a compound called lovastatin, which naturally reduces blood pressure. Lion's mane produces haricinones and erinacines, which is able to stimulate nerve growth factor in the brain. Well, here's our lion's mane, also called Hericium erinaceus. It is a wonderful teeth fungi. The mushroom is a medicinal mushroom as well as a culinary delight, known for the fact that it can enhance cognitive function, boost your memory, basically enabling people to recover from traumatic brain injuries, helping people deal with Alzheimer's, dementia. We got some regulars out there that love our lion's mane powder and all of our products, really. It just started with like the farmers markets and everybody just being really amazed by our quality of mushrooms. And from there, like chefs started asking us about mushrooms, so we started dealing with chefs. And then now our mushrooms are making it to grocery stores and restaurants all over the state. The reishi is definitely an intensive harvest. So we'll just cut each antler off at the base of the block. It's kind of like a forest of reishi down there. But patience and time. And then there we have the cut right there. And we have a little bit of sawdust attached, so I'll just trim this off. It shows that it really breaks down the substrate into almost a pulp-like matter, ready to begin composting into soil. Yeah, this is the most aggressive reishi that we have. Cultivating fungi and mushrooms is like a balance between science and art. One, you got to understand the science of it, and two, the art of it is basically being able to execute your crop the right way. If you have a passion and you want to turn it into a business, then don't let anything stop you.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the
Yeah, this is our production area.
Five on your health tonight. We all have tips, tricks to stay well during the winter months. Some people swear by zinc at the first sign of a cold, while others are turning to a more unusual immune booster originally found in the produce aisle.
the blends of mushrooms.
Not in the form you're probably used to, but these mushroom-based products are popular at Johnson Compounding and Wellness in Waltham.
They're extracted properly so you get the health benefits from it.
Gary Krakoff is a registered pharmacist here and says those benefits include boosting the immune system because they're concentrated in powder form.
You can add it to your tea, right to hot water, to your coffee. That gives you the beta-glucans to every day make sure your immune system is up to speed.
Beta-glucans are sugars found in the cell walls of bacteria, cereals, and certain fungi. Studies have shown they can activate white blood cells, which boost your body's defense against illness, and along with a nutritious diet, exercise, and solid sleep.
Taking a medicinal mushroom blend can activate your soldiers, so the immune system is on alert, so when something comes in, it responds quicker so it doesn't get overwhelmed.
Krakoff also tells his customers, do your homework before you buy.
If you're looking online, you want to look at whose site is it, and are they an independent person but they're getting funded by a company. Anything you put in your mouth and you're going to swallow, you should know why you're taking it, what is it going to do, is it okay with your health conditions and the medicines you're taking.
So these medicinal mushrooms have been used in Eastern herbal medicine for thousands of years. And while test tube and animal studies show beta-glucans do have immune supporting properties, there's really not a huge body of research in humans right now. So Krakoff suggests talking to your doctor if you're thinking about including these to decide if they are a good fit for you.
Well, the first thing we need to do is really...
So, one of the wonderful things about mushrooms is that unless you're allergic to mushrooms, they're pretty much something that is safe for everyone. They can be used by children, they can be used by animals, and the fact that they have a lot of compounds that are only available in mushrooms. The more that they're being studied, the more that people are seeing that actually they do numerous things. The main thing that any mushroom that you eat, whether it's a culinary mushroom or a medicinal mushroom, on some level it's going to be helping to modulate the immune system, and that means that it's helping to either raise immunity when needed and also lower immunity when needed.
If you had to pick one mushroom that supports the gut, what would your go-to be?
So lion's mane would be the main one that we would think of. It's amazing what it can do, and its one level is the fact that it really helps with rebalancing the gut microbiota, but another aspect of it is that it actually stimulates something called nerve growth factor, which then encourages the growth of nerve cells. There was even a period in the 80s in Japan where they were using a particular mushroom as primary chemotherapy because one of the certain active compounds was actually having an anti-tumor effect.
Hello and welcome to the CNM Specialist Podcast with me, Bobby Qureshi, CNM's Director of Education. Today I'm delighted to welcome Hanya Opiensky. Hanya is a naturopathic nutritionist, traditional Chinese medicine acupuncturist, and energy medicine specialist. She applies a holistic approach to health using a synergy of natural Eastern, Western, and energy medicine to facilitate the highest expression of well-being and balance for her clients. She is the education lead and a medicinal mushroom specialist consultant for Hephaestus UK and Ireland. In today's podcast, we'll be looking at the most therapeutic mushrooms available to us, how we can use them, and their benefits in areas such as the immune system, for gut health, and also for cancer. Thank you so much for joining us today, Hanya.
Welcome, great to be here.
So I'm really interested to hear, where did your interest in natural medicine begin? And also, of course, where did your interest in mushrooms come from?
Okay, well, my interest in natural medicine came from my parents. So when I was a baby, when I was sick, I was given some antibiotics and I got more sick from that. And so my parents decided they wanted to explore alternative medicine. And so I grew up using homeopathy and then being introduced to other forms of natural medicine. So it was always something that was quite normal and accessible for me. And then after a bit of a health crash in my 20s, I decided to retrain, and acupuncture was one of the things that had been really helpful in my recovery. And so I decided to study acupuncture initially, And then once I'd been working with that for a while, and finding that the nutritional advice that I was giving my clients from a Chinese medicine perspective was really helpful. And I thought, well, actually, I'd like to understand nutrition more. And then when I was looking into courses, I found that actually naturopathy, which combined herbal medicine and nutrition, was something that sounded really interesting. And I decided to study in Australia. So I went and did naturopathy there. And then in my course as part of herbal medicine, we touched on mushrooms a little bit, but we were kind of looking at them from a Western perspective and in herbal tinctures and used in combination with Western herbs. So I just kind of had a bit of an introduction there, but didn't really, mycotherapy, which is the use of mushrooms as their own therapy, just, without herbs or nutrition, or in parallel with herbs and nutrition. It wasn't something that I was aware of at that point. When I moved back to the UK, I started working for a supplement company, and I was as a rep working in Whole Foods and Planet Organic, and it was a way for me to learn the whole scene in the UK, because I had studied in Australia and then worked in the Maldives and Thailand, so I didn't really know the UK supplement natural health market and all the products. And while I was doing that, I started learning about the different brands, and I started getting more interested in medicinal mushrooms. And I was looking at everything that was available and who were the research-based companies, and that's when I first learned about HEFAS. And I found that they were doing primary research and was a supplement company based on research rather than just on products. And so when the opportunity came up to work with them, I jumped at the chance, and I've been continuing to learn more about mushrooms as I've worked for them for the last 5-6 years.
That's amazing. And I think it's good to highlight that this is an area that we're really learning more about all the time. This is evolving very quickly. You mentioned a term there, mycotherapy. So just explain that to our listeners, because of course, as practitioners, we call this mycotherapy, but if you could just elaborate, that would be great.
Certainly. So mycotherapy is the term myco, meaning mushroom, therapy. So it's the use of mushrooms as medicinal or health-giving substances, and particularly applied to human health.
Excellent. Well explained. In terms of mushrooms, I think a lot of people listening will probably be thinking, well, are the mushrooms in my cupboard medicinal mushrooms? So could you just explain what we mean by medicinal mushrooms and what the different sort of types of mushrooms are, basically?
Yeah, so there is actually a crossover between culinary and medicinal mushrooms, and there's certainly some what we would class medicinal mushrooms that people probably are familiar with. So something like shiitake, as we get more used to Asian food, it's something that probably most people will have heard of or even eaten. And that's something that's also been used traditionally, medicinally, for thousands of years as well. And so that would be one that crosses over. And actually the common, everyday button mushroom, it's part of the agaricus family. And one of the main mushrooms that HEFAS works with, Agaricus blazei-meril, is it's like a cousin of the one that, the white mushrooms or brown mushrooms that people would eat every day, that just has higher levels of certain active compounds, which therefore we consider it medicinal. But even eating everyday mushrooms, you're actually getting lower doses of a lot of the therapeutic compounds, and that would go for actually pretty much all of the culinary mushrooms have some of these key compounds that are really useful. Just if we're using them medicinally, we'd probably use them in higher quantities than people would be eating on a daily basis.
And I guess some of the medicinal mushrooms that we talk about just have certain compounds that are more kind of the potent therapeutic compounds, just in higher dosages. Is that what kind of makes them medicinal? Yeah,
and it's also like some of the medicinal mushrooms are ones that would have been traditionally used in herbal medicine and aren't culinary. So something like reishi, it actually has it's very hard, so it has a lot of this insoluble fiber. So actually, if you ever see a real reishi mushroom, it's like if you knock on it, it'll sound like the wooden table. You couldn't actually eat it. So the only way it could be consumed is if you ground it up, boiled it as a tea. So there's a number of medicinal mushrooms that are only able to be used if you're preparing them. Whereas, the culinary mushrooms, we can still prepare them into a powder, an extract, but you could, eat a shiitake mushroom, you could eat lion's mane, but something like reishi, it's only usable in a medicinal form.
Right. And you've mentioned a couple of locations, predominantly Asia here. Are most medicinal mushrooms, am I right to say, found in Asia, or do we find much, for example, where we are here in Europe?
So it's a mixture. I mean, I think Asian medicine has a longer tradition of using mushrooms medicinally or more kind of overtly, but there is evidence, things like chaga, lion's mane, the oyster mushrooms, maitake, all of these are actually, indigenous to Europe as well. And some of them are things that, you could find if you got into a foraging group. And definitely in North America, a lot of the mushrooms are available. And even now people are growing reishi, in the UK, it is possible. But I think in terms of herbal medicine in the UK and Europe, I think in Siberian medicine and a couple of the sort of older medicines, they did use some mushrooms, but it wasn't so emphasized. Whereas in Chinese medicine, mushrooms are in like the earliest ever, medicinal texts from hundreds of, or even thousands of years ago. They actually include mushrooms from that date. So there's a more trackable history of that.
Makes complete sense. So we've got lots to talk about, and I'm really interested to talk about what the key mushrooms are, your favorite mushrooms, the most therapeutic ones, and basically what they do for us, and of course how we can use them. But I think a good place to start, just to really start from the sort of the bottom and work our way up, is just to explain really what a mushroom is. So if you could start from there, that would be amazing.
Yeah. So mushrooms actually have their own kingdom. So we have the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom. There's also the fungal kingdom. So mushroom actually, if you're being technical, that actually just applies to what we would call the fruiting body of a fungus, which is the bit that we think of as a mushroom. But actually the whole...
Perry, I will train morning, noon, and night!
My dream of becoming an adventurer and being useful has finally come true.
Do not allow a single citizen to fall.
Divine shield.
Icicle dance!
An adventurer will raise their sword and strike down evil for those who cannot.
That is an adventurer! Perry!
What if I told you that you could block all ads or get paid to see them? My name is Brandon Moore. I'm an engineer here at Pi, and I've been here since the beginning. Once you install our ad blocker, you will be able to see how much exact screen real estate that you lose to these ads on sites that you see and visit every single day. My role at Pi is that I am one of the engineers that build the backend systems to make sure that you get paid for the ads that you see. We are trying to change how people interact with the internet. At Pi, we give our users the power to either block ads or get paid to see them. It blocks ads on all websites, including Google, Amazon, Reddit, and YouTube, and we also block ads on Twitch. Trust me, Pi will transform your online experience. Check it out today.
Plant, the fungal equivalent is actually a fungi. And in the same kingdom, we also have yeasts and microfungi. So the kind that we would use therapeutically and in a culinary way, we call macrofungi, which just means the big ones. And then there are microfungi, which are things like, even at the other end of the scale, things like mycotoxins, which are completely different. So when we're talking about mushrooms, ideally you would actually be using the fruiting body, but what would be the equivalent to a plant of roots, which is called the mycelium, there's also some therapeutic compounds in here, and the spores, which are the equivalent of the seeds. So if people are actually looking at mushroom products, you'll find that some of them will say they're full spectrum biomass, some will say fruiting body, some will say mycelium, some will say spore, and these are basically just referring to different parts of the mushroom that are being used.
And is there a particular part that's most therapeutic, or does it not really work like that?
Well, in a way, it's like, if you think of a plant, in some cases, we would use the bark of a tree. In some cases, we would use the leaves or the roots. But, the fruit would be the thing that is actually kind of carrying the most nutrients, the most life, is the thing that's designed to be consumed to actually then propagate the species. So ideally, you would use a fruiting body product. And that's the thing that it takes the longest to grow. It's going to have the highest concentration of active compounds. And so that would be ideal, but in some cases and some mushrooms, we would use the mycelium because there are some mushrooms that actually, like cordyceps, that I think we'll talk about, is actually what they call an entomopathogenic mushroom. And what that means is that in order for the fruiting body to sprout, it actually eats into an insect. And so it needs that host in order to actually create a fruiting body. So most mushroom companies, unless they're wildcrafting cordyceps, they want to make vegan products. They don't want to be sacrificing thousands of insects.
Right.
So pretty much all cordyceps products you'll see on the market will just be the mycelium, because that you can propagate without having to, kill insects.
They are quite quirky looking mushrooms, cordyceps, aren't they? I must say. I think anyone listening, just have a little Google search right now of cordyceps. I remember when we were doing some of our lecture material on mushrooms, and I was sourcing some images, and I was sort of like, is this it, really? I think actually that they are generally beautiful things, maybe not so much cordyceps, but otherwise, lion's mane, reishi, they are absolutely stunning mushrooms, and I think people are always blown away by how beautiful they are. So it's really nice that they're starting to get some attention here, I feel, because it's very much deserved. And I guess really we need to talk about why they're getting the attention, because from our perspective as practitioners, we use them because of their amazing therapeutic benefits. So what makes, how do they exert such great benefits, and what are the benefits we get from them?
Yeah. So, one of the wonderful things about mushrooms is that unlike a lot of herbal medicines, which, maybe you can just use for a short amount of time, or they might have interactions with medications, or they might have, active compounds that are useful in the short term, but if you take them for too long, then they can have a negative effect on the body. Mushrooms, unless you're allergic to mushrooms, so if you can't eat food mushrooms, you can't have medicinal mushrooms. But other than that, they're pretty much something that is safe for everyone. They can be used by children, they can be used by animals, and they're, we could call them a functional food, although they're also used as a herbal medicine. So they kind of cover those two areas, so a nutritionist can comfortably use them, but also a herbal medicine practitioner or a naturopath can use them. And then of course in the traditional Asian herbal medicine traditions, they are used. So safety is an amazing thing, the fact that they can be used long term, and the fact that they have a lot of compounds that are only available in mushrooms, and the more that they're being studied, the more that people are seeing that actually they do numerous things. And the main thing that any mushroom that you eat, whether it's a culinary mushroom or a medicinal mushroom, on some level it's going to be helping to modulate the immune system. And that means that it's helping to either raise immunity when needed and also lower immunity when needed. And that's really important, because I think historically people thought mushrooms were just immune stimulants, and that then limits, because say if someone has an autoimmune condition, you don't want to stimulate the immune system. So there's a lot of really useful immune herbs that you just can't use in someone with an autoimmune condition. Whereas because mushrooms have this modulating effect, you can help someone who's recovering from a virus or is kind of chronically getting coughs and colds and has to take medication because they have an autoimmune condition which is suppressing their immunity. You could then give this person a mushroom and know that it's going to be supporting them with their sort of coughs and colds without actually counteracting their medicine that is helping keep their autoimmune condition in check.
I think that's a really good explanation, and highlighting that they are immune modulating. So, we always think with the immune system, don't we, that if it's underactive, it's a problem because you can get sick. If it's overactive, it's a problem because we end up with autoimmunity and allergies. So it is about getting that balance, and we want to make sure we're optimally functioning here. So I guess what the mushrooms do is they kind of bring us back to that level of balance. And that's nice. You've also highlighted a great point there, which is, of course, about safety, because, of course, this is something we always should be very much aware of. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but HEFAS have actually conducted some research to look at safety in terms of the interactions with medications. And they basically found that the main route that drugs are detoxified by, mushrooms don't interact with. So they're not broken down. They're not going to influence that same pathway. So is that sort of explaining why we know with medications they're generally regarded as safe?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you have to be careful when you're choosing a mushroom product, because there can actually be other ingredients in a mushroom product or something in the production that may mean that specific product is going to have an interaction. So you always want to check if you are using a mushroom product, that company is saying this is safe to be used alongside your medication. And so, HEFAS wanted to, one of the key areas of research and product development and creation is in integrative oncology. And so, of course, if someone's going through primary, cancer care and they're taking, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, you want to make sure that anything that you're recommending is going to be safe and not interacting. So HEFAS did a trial on their concentrated extracts, or actually a third-party organization, the Medina Foundation. They did a trial using HEFAS extracts, and they found, exactly as you said, that this liver detoxification pathway, that the mushrooms weren't interrupting that, which means that they're not going to interrupt the metabolism of drugs that use that pathway. And that was geared towards looking at these, heavy-duty drugs, but also applies to all the other drugs that, we use that also use that pathway. So HEFAS products, have that research and that safety. But I would say that doesn't necessarily apply to all mushroom products. So if you'd want to check in with a company before just thinking, oh yeah, mushrooms are safe, I can use them.
And I think actually a really interesting thing, I don't know if this is now the case, but I read a research paper from about 3 years ago. And they basically looked at a group of supplements that were claimed to be medicinal mushrooms. And quite alarmingly, in 75% of the products, there was actually no medicinal mushroom in there. None. I think they were looking at reishi. But even that alone, obviously this is now a big industry. It is important to make sure that you're getting good quality products that actually have in there what they're claiming to have in there. So I guess, being cautious that we're looking for quality and making sure, as you said, that there's no extra ingredients in that could be a problem for the individual, and that it's a well-respected company, I guess, is key. You've also mentioned, integrative oncology. So could you just explain, I know HEFAS, you sort of specialize in this, you're doing a lot of research in this area, but just sort of explain for our listeners what you mean by that.
Yeah, I'd love to, but is it okay if I just go back to your previous comment? Because what you said there about that research paper is actually really important when people are choosing a supplement, because I don't think it's the case in Europe, but in the States, there is a kind of like legal loophole with mushrooms that allowed that to be the case, where basically as soon as you put, like, a lot of mushrooms, like mushrooms traditionally would grow, the medicinal ones mainly grow on wood, and so what that means is that it's easy to harvest the fruiting body, but the mycelium, the roots, are going to be sort of embedded into wood chips, and so you wouldn't use that. But of course, it's mushrooms, like most things, feed on carbohydrates. So growing a mushroom on a grain means it's going to grow much faster, and you're going to get a faster yield. And because grain is something that can be consumed, it means you can use the mycelium, the roots, with some of the grain in there.
Right.
And so it means that then you actually bulk out your product. It's faster and cheaper. And in the States, there's basically a ruling that as soon as you put mushroom spores into grain, it's then legally classed as 100% mushroom. And that's why, this was published in Nature, which is, one of the most important journals. And basically what they were finding is, because of this, this legal loophole, companies were, sort of putting spores into their grain medium and then creating products from that, whether the spores actually developed into mushrooms or mycelium or not. And so really, when you're choosing a mushroom product, you really want to look at, if it says something like biomass, full spectrum biomass, if it's a grain grown product, then it means you don't actually know what proportion of that product is actually mushroom, what proportion is mycelium, what proportion is grain. And as this study showed, actually 75% of those mushrooms on the market were actually pretty much just grain and no mushroom. And so it is really important that people know what to look for, because if you're, uneducated to this, it can say 100% reishi, and legally it is, but actually in the ingredients, if it's been reishi grown on grain, then it could actually be just a tiny fraction of reishi or none at all. Yeah. So that's really important.
It's a really great point. It's almost like with the supplement industry generally, you might have a very cheap vitamin C that's full of...
Remember when we first met? It was at recess. You shared those cookies? That's when I knew we'd be friends.
And even after all this time, we're still inseparable.
It starts with good ingredients from Bob's Red Mill.
Shopping for health insurance is my favorite thing to do. Just kidding, it's not. That's why I tell everyone about health markets and how simple they make it. My agent took her time to help me find the right plan at the price I wanted. Check out healthmarkets.com.
excipients and basically rubbish that's got maybe 10 milligrams of vitamin C in there, which is going to do absolutely nothing for you. So it is important that we look for quality, and I guess ultimately this is why certain supplements will be more expensive, certain products will be more expensive.
Exactly.
Just go back to the integrative oncology.
So integrative oncology is a really interesting field. So, as we've sort of mentioned about mushrooms being used in Asian medicines for a long time, and so they actually are probably further ahead than in the West in terms of looking at mushrooms for oncology. There was even a period in the 80s in Japan where they were using a particular mushroom as primary chemotherapy because one of the certain active compounds was actually having, an anti-tumor effect. Now mushrooms are something that tend to be used integratively rather than as a standalone, and that would be what HIFAS is promoting as well. And that's because even though there is some evidence that mushrooms can actually have an anti-cancer effect, interrupt that whole process of the cell change and tumor development, but actually one of the key things that mushrooms do is this protecting the immune system. And so what they're doing is, like, while someone is having this very challenging treatment, it can actually be supporting the individual in maintaining a certain level of quality of life, in maintaining a certain level of weight, of energy, of managing nausea, of managing immunity, so they're not necessarily catching other things while their immunity is weak from the treatment. They can also help with things like reducing the loss of taste or reducing the loss of hair, and in some cases, because of this improved quality of life, it means that people can finish a course. Like one of the things that I don't know whether it's so kind of commonly known, but because chemotherapy can be such a debilitating treatment, often people can't complete full courses because of the side effects, because they're finding it so challenging. Whereas using a mushroom product alongside, because it's improving the quality of life, it means that it can support someone in actually finishing a whole course of treatment and getting the full benefit of their primary treatment, whilst actually being more comfortable, having a better quality of life. And then supporting with maintaining remission.
It's amazing that these compounds can do that, these mushrooms can do that. And so basically what we're saying is that they can improve efficacy, so they're helping with efficacy of treatment based on research, but also that they're reducing side effects, which of course is a huge problem when it comes to conventional cancer treatments. And of course, if we just think in simple terms, what chemotherapy is doing, it's basically targeting any cell in your body that's quickly dividing. That of course includes cancer cells, but it also includes a lot of healthy cells, your cells in your bone marrow, like your red blood cells, like your white blood cells, so your immune system, cells involved in the hair, hence people losing hair, cells in the gut, hence gut problems. So this is amazing that we've got something here that we can use to make that more targeted and reduce side effects. You also mentioned there with Japan, is that turkey tail you were talking about?
Yeah, that's right. That was turkey tail, also called Coriolis. Yeah.
Coriolis, right. And it's named turkey tail. We can talk a bit more about this too. It's called turkey tail, isn't it? Because of the sort of the lineage that you get, the appearance of the mushroom. It looks literally as such.
Yeah, it actually grows like a fan, and then it has like different colors going out, so it actually looks like a fanned turkey tail. Wow. So that's the common name. It's quite bright colors, so yeah.
It's another beautiful one to add to the list.
Yeah.
So in terms of cancer progression, what we know is that there is some evidence to say that it can assist in terms of the sort of the cell cycle that we associate with cancer. What do we know about this at the moment? So there is some evidence to say that it can actually stop tumor progression?
Yeah, I mean, there is, small trials, sort of cell studies, some animal studies, some small human studies. And there's actually, numerous, actually pretty much every step along the pathway from that, stopping the cellular change to stopping or reducing angiogenesis, which is the production of blood vessels so that the tumor can actually feed itself and keep growing, reducing tumor size. What else? There's some evidence also of there's a process that's called programmed cell death, which is when the body actually kills off cells that are damaged. Like in cancer, that's one of the mechanisms that stops working, so these damaged cells can keep growing. There's also evidence that mushrooms can actually switch that back on, so they can amazingly tell the body, this is an unhealthy cell, kill it off. This is a healthy cell, let's make it healthier. So like all of these different stages, there's small evidence that mushrooms actually support each of these steps. And it's, some mushrooms will have an effect on all of these things, but a lot of mushrooms, there'll be certain mushrooms that do this or certain mushrooms that do this better in certain tissues of the body. And so ideally, in an integrative oncology product, you want one that's a synergistic combination, a blend of different mushrooms. And then you're going to, and ideally one that's actually targeted towards the specific type of cancer that you have, because there are certain mushrooms that are kind of supportive across the board, and then there are certain mushrooms that have what we call a tropism, which means like an attraction to a specific system or organ in the body. And so then using those specific mushrooms is going to give you an enhanced benefit than just using those ones that have a general benefit.
So just on this, whilst we're on topic, what would your kind of go-to mushrooms be when you're supporting somebody that's got a diagnosis of cancer?
Yeah, so I mean, these days I would use the HEFAS combinations, because they've created 5 blends which are targeted to the main types of cancer. And so the key mushrooms that are in all of those blends are something called sun mushroom, or Agaricus blazei moril, reishi, that we've mentioned a couple of times, which is the specific strain is Ganoderma lucidum, and the other is maitake, which is Grifola frondosa. So these are the kind of 3 mushrooms that are key in the blend, and then depending on which condition, there are 2 or 3 other mushrooms added. And there's sort of evidence coming back either from people that I've supported or people that, practitioners who, ask for advice from HEFAS and work with HEFAS mushrooms, is using those tailored blends is actually, really making a difference in supporting people.
That's amazing.
And so, and the other key thing that's really important is mushrooms are what we call dose dependent. And what that means is the worse the condition or the bigger the person, the higher the dose of mushrooms needed to have a therapeutic effect. So when we're working with oncology, then you really need really high doses. And again, from kind of Asian research, people were mostly just using mushroom powders, or some cases extracts, and they were finding that people were having to take kind of 15, 30, extract capsules a day, or 50, 100 whole mushroom powder capsules. And of course, if you've got nausea, if you're taking other medications, that becomes really hard for people to do. And so HEFAS decided that they wanted to make a liquid supplement, so that that's going to increase ease of use, and it's going to increase, how regularly people are actually taking it. Because again, that regularity of use makes a difference. You want those mushrooms in your system so that you actually get a steady state, of those active compounds. So you're taking it once or twice a day throughout a course of treatment, and then you're going to get the best benefits. And so now, a liquid vial from one of the oncology lines is like the equivalent of 200 or so capsules of just a mushroom powder, or 20 or 30 of a concentrated extract. So again, you're really needing these high doses, but of course you want it in a form that's going to be actually feasible to take and not as expensive as buying hundreds of powder capsules.
Makes perfect sense. You've actually really highlighted a good point, which is about dosage, because of course, as with anything, it is about dosage as well as quality, and you need to make sure you're getting the right dosage to have a therapeutic effect. And this is where sometimes people will come in to see us as practitioners saying, well, I did try, this vitamin or this nutrient, and it didn't really work, but sometimes it's simply a case of just an inadequate dosage. So it's good that you're highlighting that for this sort of effect that you're trying to achieve, you need to be working in very high dosages. I also read some studies, I think it was one particular paper this was referring to, that spoke about how some mushrooms in particular have quite a strong prebiotic effect in the gut, which basically means that it feeds the gut bacteria, for those listening, and that mechanism is also good for some types of cancers, like bowel cancer, for example. Is that something that you know much about?
Yeah, so as you say, it is a kind of an emerging area of research, and one of the key active ingredients in mushrooms is beta-glucans, and these are a type of polysaccharide, which is like a long-chain sugar, and they do have this immune modulating effect and a number of other effects, but they also have a prebiotic effect. And actually, there's a couple of research trials that HEFOS is doing at the moment, one in colon cancer, one in breast cancer. And they're both actually, and particularly the breast cancer trial, actually looking at the impact of mushrooms on the microbiome, because now it's being recognized that actually, dysbiosis, or this kind of lack of balance or ill health in the gut bacteria, actually being a risk factor or a precursor to cancer development. And so they're looking at, how these mushroom prebiotics, how that is actually part of the mechanism of how they're helpful in actually bringing the gut back into balance as part of the healing process, and not just looking at the immune modulating effect and how the immune system can be self-regulating or kind of working at fighting against the cancer. So it's this kind of dual approach. So definitely a really interesting area.
Cutting edge stuff. And I think the great thing is we're actually starting to make that connection now between the gut microbiome and cancer development. Obviously, it's very early days. We don't know much about this yet, so we certainly cannot make any claims. But I think it's been hypothesized for many years now that there must be some connection, and we're starting to get evidence to suggest so. So this sort of evidence is really interesting because it does make sense from a sort of mechanistic perspective when you think about what the gut microbiome is doing and how that could potentially feed into the development of cancerous cells, etc. So really interesting. And of course, if we just think from a general gut perspective, if we're dealing with somebody that's got dysbiosis without any other sort of ongoing illness, that shows that mushrooms could have a good benefit there in terms of supporting the health of a good microbiome.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the nice things that I found is that, I don't know whether you found this as well, but there are certain prebiotics that can actually create a lot of bloating or discomfort while the body is kind of getting used to that change in bacteria. Whereas, I don't think we've ever had feedback at HEFOS, and I certainly haven't from anyone I've worked with, of mushrooms even at, high powder doses or high concentrated extract doses ever really getting any of that discomfort. So they're a really kind of easy prebiotic that they have the effect. Like, so, again, HEFOS has done some case studies and looked at, the people's microbiome and the kind of the balance of bacteria pre-use at 3 months, at 6 months, at 9 months, and the change in, the gut microbiome and the balancing of, getting rid of the bad ones, increasing the good ones, and also some that, like Akkermansia species, which is, I think now people are actually starting to make supplements, but for a long time it was something that couldn't be done because it's so, unstable, that actually, just taking a prebiotic, can help the body to create its own. And so it's amazing.
Let's talk about the Akkermansia because it's a good connection. Akkermansia, for those who are listening, we regard it as kind of a keystone bacteria in our gut microbiome. It's one of those bacterial species that if we ever do a stool test, we're always looking to see, is it there? Is it present? In excess, it's all about balance. In excess, it could be a problem, but most people don't have it. And the main place we get it from is breast milk. Interestingly, probably a bit too much detail, but I did a stool test a couple of years ago, and probably about 18 months ago now, and on my stool test there was no Akkermansia, which is kind of fitting with the symptoms I was getting. And at the time, my wife was pregnant, and she always made the joke. She's like, I'm going to get you drinking my breast milk. That will give you Akkermansia. And since then, luckily, I didn't need to go down that route, as much as I appreciated the offer. Since then, we've learned that we can feed any...
It's only a shot.
Akkermansia that is there, even if it's in tiny amounts, with the prebiotics and get them growing. And the reason this is such a key bacteria is because it keeps the mucus lining in your gut nice and healthy. So if there isn't enough, there's a chance that we can sort of have a very thin layer of mucus and we get a little bit too much crosstalk between the contents of the gut and the immune system. We can start having lots of inflammation, which obviously isn't a good thing. So that's really interesting. And what I really like what you highlighted there was how this is a prebiotic that doesn't typically bloat you, because you are right, this is one of the biggest issues we face as practitioners when if somebody's got an overgrowth of certain bacteria, one of the ways that we can approach this is to try and feed the healthy bacteria. But the issue is that a lot of prebiotics feed both. So the bad ones there will try and steal it all. So you just bloat because you get lots of gas. So it's really powerful actually that these are substances that we can use that are very kind of friendly in cases of dysbiosis. So that's really interesting you highlighted that.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say, like, say if someone has a candida overgrowth, you'd probably be better off using a mushroom extract than a mushroom powder, because there is the possibility that that increased level of prebiotic fiber in a whole powder might initially, as you said, feed the good and the bad. But we found that the concentrated extracts where, you know, you haven't got so much of the kind of bulking fiber that would be in a mushroom, and you just have these kind of therapeutically active you know, fibers like the beta glucans and maybe some alpha glucans, but that actually that can, as you said, just be feeding the good ones and not kind of propagating those things that we don't want, so that it can be something that gets someone back to a level of, you know, getting out of dysbiosis and into balance. And then it might be that you want to use a whole mushroom powder because they're not getting any fiber in their diet and they need that extra. But yeah, as you said, it can be used much more comfortably without sort of adding into the imbalance.
Amazing. And now I'm going to ask you this question. I feel like I know what the answer will be. I hope it is this answer. But I want to talk more about this mushroom soon. But if you had to pick one mushroom that supports the gut, what would your go-to be?
Yeah, well, I think you've already, so lion's mane would be the main one that we would think of. And there is quite a lot of research on lots of different aspects of this. But yeah, it's definitely, it's amazing what it can do. And it's one level is the fact that it really helps with rebalancing the gut microbiota. But another aspect of it is that it actually stimulates something called nerve growth factor, which then encourages the growth of nerve cells. So, you talked about, when the gut gets irritated, the lining is thin, and then that can then cause some, sort of, I think you said crosstalk between what's inside and what's outside. So we could call that some leaky gut. And one of the great things with lion's mane is that it doesn't just balance the gut bacteria, which helps with healing the gut lining, but also it actually helps heal the whole enteric nervous system, the nervous system in the gut, as well as peripheral and central nervous system. So it's actually supporting this whole gut-brain axis and helping to heal the lining of the gut much more efficiently than just a prebiotic that might be helping with the imbalance. It's also encouraging, healthy tissue growth, and particularly this nervous tissue in the gut as well.
Thank you for explaining. Really well explained. It is an amazing connection. And, like you've said, we can use it to support the gut barrier. So if there's permeability problems, which is, very common, we can use it to support cases of dysbiosis, extremely common. And you mentioned that gut-brain connection. I mean, this again is a really hot topic. We know so much now about how, an imbalance in the gut can have an imbalance in the brain, basically, to put it simply. If we have, put it in simple terms, leaky gut or dysbiosis in the gut, we're more likely to have problems associated with the brain. That could be various different things. But it's amazing we've got a mushroom here that covers both areas. I mean, lion's mane for me, total geek around lion's mane. I love this mushroom. My students, I think, wind me up because I'm always like, oh, lion's mane could probably work for that. It's a great mushroom. And again, another one to Google image, I think, isn't it? I mean, the appearance. Tell the listeners about the appearance of this amazing mushroom.
Yeah, so it's not kind of, if you think of a mushroom, this is not at all the image that you would get. So it's basically like another one of the names that I think the English common name is bearded tooth mushroom, and that kind of gives you an idea. It's like it basically has all of these tiny little filaments. So the fruiting body, instead of being like a solid, smooth mass, it has all of these tiny little hairs that actually look like a lion's mane, and it tends to grow sort of on the side or underneath things. So you get these amazing kind of waterfalls, and it's sort of very white, sometimes slightly yellow, but it's really beautiful and pristine. And very attractive mushroom.
And it is edible, isn't it?
Yeah, no, luckily I've actually managed to get it at my local farmer's market in the last couple of years. So it's delicious. If you ever get a chance to try lion's mane, I really recommend it. It's almost like kind of vegan lobster.
Right.
It's very sweet and subtle and quite soft textured. So yeah, really, really good.
Amazing. I've used lion's mane actually. I like to use lion's mane for general nerve related problems. So for example, if I've got somebody that has had a nerve injury, or patients that have had a stroke, for example, or one of my patients recently has motor neurone disease, it's really interesting because there is a lot of research talking about the specific compounds in lion's mane that promote nerve growth factor. So we actually know quite a lot about it. And it can help, if I'm not mistaken, even with the myelination, which is the coating around our nerves that kind of helps our nerves to transmit. Of course, we lose myelin, we lose that coating in conditions like multiple sclerosis. So although, as far as I'm aware, there's not, big kind of research pointing out that, yes, we can use it for this treatment, but certainly from a physiological perspective, there is a potential there that with some more studies would be really interesting to delve into.
Yeah, I totally agree. Exactly. I mean, there's definitely evidence that, the active compounds, the hericinones and erinacines, these are kind of key active compounds in lion's mane, that they will have this remyelination effect, that they will stimulate nerve growth factor, that they will stimulate other chemicals in the brain that are to do with mood management as well as nervous system healing. So it kind of works, lion's mane is for neurological, healing, reducing degeneration, maintenance, but also for mood management. Yeah, as you say, not very much research or human studies have been done yet, but there's really good potential there because the mechanisms, we know that this happens, and that there is some studies, like you mentioned, talking about nerve injuries. There's animal studies of using lion's mane and it helping with regenerating peripheral nerves and like hind leg injury, and there's definitely evidence that shows this is a really interesting area of research.
Amazing, really amazing. And I think this is where at the moment we're at that point with this sort of mushroom where we're sort of going, well, we know the potential mechanisms, we know the actions. Yes, we don't have extremely strong evidence for this yet if we look at kind of scientific research, but there is suggestions there, and obviously us as clinicians, we're using them and we're seeing how it works based on that mechanism, and we're obviously not promising the world to our patients. We're just saying let's see how it goes, and we're keeping it very simple, but we're seeing the benefits, aren't we, in clinic. I remember having one patient actually where it really stands out from me, who it was quite an unfortunate one, really. It was actually a post-vaccine injury, and this guy was in his mid-50s, had his first COVID vaccine, and literally within almost hours he was starting to decline, and then the next day he developed severe tingling and numbness, and he basically started to develop gradual paralysis. There was a query. He went to the hospital. They didn't know what it was. They sort of thought, is it, they acknowledged that this is what it is. It's an injury post-vaccination. But they didn't know whether it was a condition called Guillain-Barré syndrome, which, for those listening, is sort of where your immune system attacks the nervous system, basically. But they said, look, we don't know what it is. It sort of calmed down a bit, came in to see me, and it really was just in a bad way. Had power loss in his muscles, tingling, really not in a good place. And the first substance I thought of was, well, let's try lion's mane. Again, didn't promise him anything at all. The response he had was unbelievable. I mean, within 2 months, he was virtually symptom-free, and it was amazing. Obviously, there were different things we were using, but that was a key part of my protocol on the basis of some of what we know. And who knows? We don't know for sure. There's no certainty here, of course, whether it was that or other things. He might have just resolved otherwise. But I think from what I saw, that might have been why. So it's interesting, and I know a lot of practitioners that use lion's mane and other mushrooms and get similar effects, maybe where the research is, but it just shows so much promise for potential for the future for how we might use these.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I was thinking about one of the cases that kind of stood out for me was also with lion's mane and a patient who had Crohn's, and which is a disease of the inflammatory bowel disease where the lining of the gut kind of gets eaten away, and and she had kind of scans and had quite a lot of lesions in her gut, and the doctors were really pushing for her to have Western treatment, and I helped her change her diet, and she was taking a range of supplements, and it was kind of managing her symptoms and reducing it. And then, I decided, well, she needed to give up smoking, which she did, and we introduced lion's mane. And then I think it was even just 3 months later when she had her next scan, basically they said, you're in complete remission. And so, I'm sure this, like stopping smoking was a major part of it. But, we started with the lion's mane powder and then a concentrated extract. And, and she was taking that, and, her gut completely healed. So amazing. I think that combination of taking out a trigger factor, putting something in that helped the body to heal faster. And, and she's managed to sort of maintain, that remission since then with kind of looking after her stress, not going back to smoking. But yeah, it's made a massive difference.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. It's a very powerful mushroom. And I think, you know, if we haven't sold lion's mane by now, Hanya, I don't know what else we could do. We should probably talk about another mushroom. Let's think of other areas, because we've spoken about the immune system. We've spoken about its potential role in cancer. We've spoken about the gut-brain axis, gut-brain connection. What other things do we use medicinal mushrooms for?
Well, I mean, in a way, you can kind of use them for most things. So, you know, they're, as well as being, you know, immune modulating, there are a number of mushrooms, like we talked a bit about lion's mane, but those that manage the central nervous system. So something like reishi, it is one of the most immunomodulating mushrooms, but it's also known as a nervous system balancer. So it's something that, you know, has been used in traditional medicine for sleep, stress, you know, anxiety, depression, pain, you know, for millennia. And now there is research, you know, in each of these areas. And it's one that is kind of known for calming the nervous system and for helping to sort of slow down or reduce the stress response. So that's one that, you know, is a really useful one. And the other kind of key thing, like, you know, if you look at any of the traditional mentions of reishi, it's considered the mushroom of eternal youth. And that's because one of the key things that it does is it's an anti-inflammatory and antioxidant. I think actually it's possibly one of the most potent antioxidants out there. And so, of course, what that is doing is, you know, oxidation and inflammation are two of the things that cause cellular aging. So, you know, taking reishi preventatively is going to be one of those things that is reducing inflammation and oxidation in the body. So from a, you know, a longevity point of view, it's a wonderful mushroom. But then if you have any conditions where oxidation or inflammation are an issue, which is pretty much all Western diseases, or living in a city and being stressed and breathing polluted air, it's also going to be having a counterbalancing effect there.
Wow.
Okay, guys, this is crazy.
Sophia, we have a rigorous training program where our sexy clowns learn about empathy, respect, and inclusivity. They're not just clowns, they're compassionate entertainers.
How
do you quantify the effectiveness of your training program in ensuring the clowns maintain professionalism and respect during all interactions?
There's a mix of Trevor and Jack's films.
And gather feedback from customers to ensure our sexy clowns always deliver top-notch professionalism and respect. It's like a report card, but with more balloon animals.
No, less balloon animals.
Hey, it's Jay Shetty. Are you looking for an exciting new career where you can help others and grow as a person? Have you ever thought about being a teacher, a mentor, or a coach? Then I've got a career opportunity I think you'll love. Over the last 3 years, I've helped over 1,000 people from all walks of life to start a rewarding new career in one of the fastest growing industries in the world, life coaching. Some of them do it part-time for extra income alongside their job or their family life. And some have made it their full-time career like me. Soon I'll be opening my doors for a new group of life coach trainees. If you want to be one of them, click the link below this video and I'll tell you more.
I mean, the mushroom of eternal youth. Again, you've sold that one. So it's sort of a healthy aging mushroom. We can think of it that way. And yeah, fantastic what you just described there. So this is good for nervous system conditions. I recently used this actually on a patient of mine that's got really severe anxiety. And because it's also, if I'm not mistaken, reishi is an adaptogen.
Exactly.
Do you want to explain what an adaptogen is?
Yeah, so basically an adaptogen is something that helps the body adapt to stress. And there are a number of herbal adaptogens, but reishi is probably the best known of the mushroom adaptogens, although actually all mushrooms have a degree of an adaptogenic function. And that, again, like this immunomodulating effect, it means that, you know, it's not just going to have a calming effect, it's going to have this adaptive effect. So it's not like, you know, taking a sedative, but it's like if someone is anxious or they're overstimulated and they take reishi, it's going to help their nervous system adapt and calm down. But if someone is depressed and they're, you know, their stress response is like, you know, inactive and they're in freeze, then again, reishi can actually, you know, modulate up and have that adaptogenic effect and give them a bit more energy and a bit more kind of vitality.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you for explaining. And on this topic of reishi, whilst we're here, another area that reishi is sometimes used for, I believe, is for prostate health. Would you mind just explaining why the prostate, kind of how that all works?
So I think the main, effect or benefit for reishi is that anti-inflammatory effect, because of course, reishi can be used either in benign prostatic hyperplasia or for prostate cancer. It is one of the key mushrooms in the HEFAS. It's called myco, the oncology product. It is one of the most potent mushrooms, and it's having a massive anti-inflammatory effect, and also, cellular oxidation. This effect of slowing the degeneration of cells and promoting them, maintaining their health and their patency is something that reishi does really well. So it's going to do that, for the prostate.
And you mentioned benign prostatic hyperplasia, just for our listeners, basically an enlarged prostate that's not cancerous. It makes complete sense. I don't know if this is exactly right, but I think I read that reishi reduces the production of the more potent form of androgen or male sex hormone.
Right.
Is that right?
That's also right. Yes, yeah. You're absolutely right.
So we talk about the androgens, basically the male sex hormones. The one everyone knows is, of course, testosterone. But testosterone is converted to a very potent form. And basically, when it comes to prostate enlargement, this is the one you don't want too much of. And what reishi is very good at, and thank you for clarifying, is that it reduces the conversion of testosterone to what we call DHT, which is the very potent one. So it makes sense even more mechanistically in terms of how that's working. But that's a great one. And I think what hopefully is coming across here is how, in a case, you're obviously looking at lots of factors in that individual's presentation. You're looking at their overall health, what their main concerns are, the main systems of the body that are under stress. And then you kind of will start to see in your mind sort of like, oh, this sounds like a reishi, or this sounds like, perhaps, I don't know, shiitake would be better, right? So there's different things, you're almost ticking boxes. Is that almost what happens in your mind when you're trying to pick these?
Yeah, definitely. And the other thing that's important to remember is that mushrooms work really well in synergy. And, in traditional medicine, they would normally have been used either with other herbs or with other mushrooms. And so often it is that there's a specific mushroom that is going to be the most appropriate for a case. But as you said, people are, they may have many different things going on at once, and you're working with an individual. And so often, it's preferable to actually combine a couple of mushrooms, so you're actually getting, a broader effect, and they are going to work in harmony with each other.
So what other applications are there of medicinal mushrooms that we haven't yet mentioned?
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching YouTube videos, wondering why you can't find the motivation to do the things you need or want to do, or change in the ways you'd like.
There's immense value in creating space for us to process our own emotions and to tackle underlying feelings head on. And there's no easier way to do this than through therapy. And that's where BetterHelp comes in. It's online therapy made easy, and they're on a mission to make therapy so much more accessible. It's why 4 million plus people have already signed up through BetterHelp to get matched with a therapist.
As an introverted person who has social anxiety and general anxiety, it was way less intimidating over a video chat because I was in my own space.
Now, therapy is important because it can help you look at your situation from a third person's perspective. Combined with a professional's guidance can really make you solve your problems in an easy way.
And it's something that I really value as a person who's trying to get just 1% better every single day.
I feel like there's a big stigma around therapy that you're only meant to go if you're in a really bad way or you've had traumatizing things happen to you before. But you don't necessarily need to be at rock bottom to start therapy. You can start whenever. And who knows, it could help better equip you for when the big things do happen in your life. And that is worth its weight in gold.
You don't have to sit at home alone anymore wondering how to get better. BetterHelp can help you in your home today.
It's the most wonderful time with the kids jingle. Be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful.
Whether your phone's broken or old, we've got you. With Verizon, anyone can trade in any phone, any condition. And get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. And iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Oh, there's a whole host of things. So mushrooms, as long as a child has had them as culinary mushrooms and you know that there's no allergy, they're something that actually also a good safe option for kids. And so we talked about gut health, but sort of allergies and food intolerances are quite common in kids, and that can be a really useful safe, easy something to add into a kid's diet to help with healing that. And because, as we've talked about, the prebiotic effect and balancing the gut microbiota, it also means that they can be helpful with normal, brain development and sometimes, behavioral issues or concentration, memory, issues can actually be to do with dysbiosis or a lack of certain good bacteria, and that's affecting mood or concentration or brain health. And, there's certainly evidence that mushrooms can actually be helping by, resetting the microbiota, are going to actually support better mood management and all of that in kids. So that's a really interesting.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
And are there any particular strains of mushrooms that you might use more for kind of childhood, or it could again be any?
It could be any, sort of symptom dependent, but again, like often reishi and lion's mane are two really good ones because, we talked about it in terms of the, balancing the androgens and the prostate hormones, but actually that's one of the other things that reishi does is it is a hormone balancer. And so that can be balancing stress hormones, it can be balancing, female menstrual hormones. So, it is one of those ones that's really a really good modulator on a lot of different levels. And so again, sort of, women's health and, hormone modulation is an area that, is another thing that mushrooms can do well.
So sort of fertility as well, can it support with?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, for fertility, there's probably a couple of other mushrooms that we'd bring in as well. So reishi is a really useful hormone modulator, and that's both for stress hormones and reproductive hormones. And so, if someone is having issues and there's a lot of stress involved as well, or there's irregular periods, then, reishi would be a good one, or particularly if there's like pain and inflammation, reishi is going to be working in a number of different areas. But if, say, someone has something like PCOS, or they have blood sugar issues or weight issues, then something like maitake is really good at helping the body to regulate blood sugar and also regulating fat metabolism, although shiitake does that better. But maitake is kind of it's one of the main mushrooms we think about for metabolism. So if that's an issue that is affecting fertility, then certainly maitake is something that you would use for a period of time to help that person kind of get back into balance, maybe alongside, with reishi. And then the other one would be cordyceps. And this is one that is really useful for both men and women for fertility. So it's known as the mushroom of vitality or the mushroom of virility. And originally it was I think it was the Tibetan herders. They found that when their yaks were feeding in certain fields, they started getting all kind of frisky, and they were like, well, what is it in the grass that's getting them so frisky? And they started looking around, and like I said, the cordyceps mushroom, they have this one phase which is just the mycelium phase, and then once spring comes, they feed on an insect, and then they actually shoot up, and they're like these little these kind of long fingers that then were in the grass. And so the yaks were eating these cordyceps, and once they realized what it was, they started collecting it and of course using it for themselves. And so in traditional medicine, it's been known for virility and fertility. And now, unfortunately, there isn't much research on this, but the little bit that's there demonstrates that actually it can have an effect on basically, the cellular energy. It increases cellular energy, and also it can increase cellular oxygenation. So of course, if you have either sperm cells or eggs that are just, not so healthy, if you can actually oxygenate them and increase the energy, then it means that it's actually going to promote healthier cells throughout the body, but also particularly in the reproductive organs. So for fertility, normally what you'd want to do is give, for a woman, at least 3 menstrual cycles, so a minimum of 3 months of treatment, ideally with cordyceps, and if needed, maitake and or reishi, to kind of help get the body to a good level. And then you can start actually looking at trying to conceive. And same thing, with men, there's some.
Apartments.com has helped millions of renters find their places, and they all have a special place in my heart, which is why I keep a picture of each and every one of them in my...
Small evidence of improving sperm, they call it morphology and motility. So that's the shape of the sperm, which needs to be a certain way so that they can swim well, and then their capacity to swim well. And they're actually using cordyceps can actually improve that. So it's going to affect both male and female fertility.
Wow. And so does it also have an effect on libido? Does it increase libido? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it is considered a natural alternative for improving libido. And again, the nice thing is it's one that is for men and women, and not just something that is working with for men.
It's really interesting what you're saying actually about cordyceps, and I've got some patients in mind now already where I'm thinking, I hadn't really thought about supporting some of those functions. So that's really interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Are there any other sort of key actions of cordyceps that we haven't mentioned?
Yeah, so cordyceps is a really interesting one. So as well as having that oxygenating and energizing effect, it's also a really potent antiviral. So it's something that is useful to consider either, therapeutically if someone, has a virus and you're wanting to support recovery, and also, preventatively. And it also has an affinity, so a tropism for certain organs in the body, and that would be the adrenals, the kidneys, and the lungs. And so it does also help with the regeneration of lung tissue, the oxygenation, but also because it's working with the adrenals and the kidneys, it can be, and that's, in terms of Chinese medicine, we'd look at that adrenal kidney energy as being related to the reproductive energy. And so in Chinese medicine, it's considered a kidney tonic and a qi tonic. So something that is going to build that virility and fertility, but also then thinking more physiologically, it means it's going to be supportive for fatigue, and particularly things like chronic fatigue, post-viral fatigue, where there's a real need for a boost. Cordyceps is something that I would consider in those cases, like, worst end of the spectrum. But then at the other end of the spectrum, if you're a healthy person and you're taking something that's going to increase your cellular energy, increase your oxygenation, it's something that's great for people who are wanting to improve athletic performance. And that can either be, on the track or in the bedroom, cordyceps is
well
going
to,
so it's one that actually, if you're healthy and you're wanting to actually just improve your performance or recovery, it's a really great one to consider.
Amazing. I actually saw, it may have actually been from HEFAS that I saw the study, but I saw some research on cordyceps in rheumatoid arthritis. Because I think it was sort of explaining that from the research they'd found, which may have been extracts, I believe, from cordyceps, that it reduced the enzyme production in joints in people that have rheumatoid arthritis. And the enzymes basically degrade the joint and cause a lot of inflammation. So it just goes to show, you've spoken a lot about a diverse array of functions, and obviously we're learning all the time what it can do. So it is very much a watch this space as well, isn't it, when we're looking at medicinal mushrooms?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, HEFAS did collaborate on a study with a Spanish organization which was looking at, at arthritis of the knee. And yes, so it was cordyceps and reishi together. And indeed, the cordyceps working on those enzymes and the reishi working on the inflammation and pain management. So yeah, really, then they're a really good synergy, those two.
Amazing. What about turkey tail? Because we've mentioned turkey tail already, very much in the context of cancer. You would explain that in Japan in the 80s, I believe, they had basically taken, I think it was 2 extracts, PSK and
PSK and PSP.
PSP, that's it. And these were basically patented, as far as I'm aware, so that they could then use them as a drug, pharmaceutical drug, basically. Is that the main action, the main sort of use for turkey tail in terms of cancer support, or are there any others that you might use turkey tail for?
This is the reason why I've canceled my internet subscription.
What if I told you that there's no such thing as no internet connection? It's an artificially created problem so that internet providers could pocket cash from roaming fees. Just recently, a former telecommunications engineer presented a groundbreaking invention that allows you to go online anywhere in the world in a matter of seconds without having to sign expensive contracts that trap users in their subscription models. And the corporate giants are trying their hardest to make it illegal. This high-speed, portable, instant Wi-Fi hotspot provides a wider range of coverage than standard internet providers. It's equipped with a long-lasting battery that allows users to get online and stay connected for up to 8 hours wherever they are, without any contracts or hidden fees. What's more, the device blocks all ads. Corporations hate that. The device is powered with the finest, state-of-the-art chip technology that makes the Wi-Fi connection so strong that it can power up to 10 devices at the same time, be it in your backyard or the camper van alongside the beaches of Mexico. The invention of this device single-handedly threatens to destroy the entire industry of traditional internet providers that profit from charging you with hidden roaming fees. It was created by Richard, an engineer and a former cable internet employee from Atlanta, Georgia. After 7 years working as a technician for a state's cable internet operator, Richard learned that in 2010, Congress passed a new law that stops internet providers from encrypting their signals. In other words, the internet signal was made public as access to it was granted to everyone. Internet providers fought against this, and ever since this law came into effect, the Wi-Fi price has risen by roughly 5.8% each year. This is almost 3 times higher than the inflation rate. That's when Richard realized what was truly going on. He understood that traditional internet services were a complete ripoff, so he created Ryoko, the ultimate portable lightning-speed Wi-Fi hotspot that lets you get online almost literally everywhere. Because as Richard believes, access to the internet is a human right. When an internet provider representative offered him $4.7 million to purchase the patent, Richard immediately declined. He knew that they wanted this product out of people's reach. This lightweight device fits into your pocket, but it's supercharged with a Wi-Fi transmitter so powerful, it works in even the most remote areas, which is the reason why it went viral among travel vloggers. With them filming their reactions to having super fast internet access in areas where they did not expect it to work. The device protects you from ever using insecure and unreliable public networks again. More importantly, it blocks ads, malware, and phishing scam websites. It saves the average household up to $2,000 annually. Since its launch last year, over 1 million Ryoko units have been sold. But the internet providers are trying to make it impossible for you to obtain this marvel of Wi-Fi hotspot engineering. It has already been blocked from being in traditional convenience and electronics shops. Ryoko is exclusively sold online on its official website, and if the pressure continues, it's possible that it will be closed as well. To spread the word, Richard is selling Ryoko at a 70% discount only for the viewers of this video. He believes that access to fast, reliable, secure internet should be universal. Click the link below to purchase Ryoko from the official website. The founders of Ryoko are so confident in their product that they are offering a 30-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. But you have to be quick. It's only a question of time until Ryoko supplies will run out of stock. Don't miss your chance. Click below this video to claim your 70% discount.
Well, the first thing we need to do is really get the team assembled. Really, what we're looking for inside of the organization is not just the process owners and the people with a deep process knowledge of your business, but really those that can act as a change agent.
Yeah, so particularly PSK, but Coriolis PSP is this antiviral effect, and so again, looking at sort of risk factors for cancer, often there's actually now they're sort of seeing there's actually viral evidence of virus in the medical history, and so they think that might be part again of the effectiveness of turkey tail, because it actually reduces viral load, and so that's something that's really important to consider now when we're kind of worrying about viruses, but it's also something for things like for women, for things like HPV. So there is, potential there that, this is viral load that kind of builds up over time. And so there is some evidence there about, using Coriolis to help clear that and kind of, using it preventatively or therapeutically. And again, you want to make sure that those active compounds are present to get that antiviral effect. But really, we think of, Coriolis either being antiviral or sort of, oncology care. Those would be the main areas.
I think that mushrooms generally, if I'm not mistaken as well, have generally got an antiviral effect. I think even the culinary mushrooms, they increase what we call interferons, which basically stop cells from kind of helping viruses to replicate. Is that correct? Just to make sure I'm not mistaken there.
Yeah, I mean, there's different mechanisms that kind of come, but certainly that, sometimes they can interrupt viral replication. Sometimes, they're increasing, the immune system. Sometimes they're increasing, they can actually kill the virus and, deactivate them. So there's various different mechanisms. But yes, as you said, they do, can increase interferon. And that's true that, to a degree, again, part of the immunomodulating effect is having slightly antiviral and also antibacterial and even, antifungal, antiparasitic. So it's this kind of like whole broad spectrum effect. And then certain mushrooms are going to have, certain compounds that do that more. So shiitake we think of as being more antifungal, whereas Coriolis and cordyceps we think of as being more antiviral. Reishi is kind of this sort of like, it does a bit of everything, so you could use it in any of these. And then another one, sun mushroom, so that's really useful for a little bit for viruses, but more for depressed immune systems. So those people who kind of chronically, like anytime anyone in the office gets a cold, they're going to be the one that gets it, and they just have like chronic infections that go on and on. Or those kids that are always a bit grizzly, it's like, sun mushroom is one of those ones. It has one of the highest levels of naturally occurring beta-glucans, those, key active polysaccharides. So it's really just a great one to boost the immune system.
I want to just draw upon a point there. You mentioned about beta-glucans. Now, in the supplement industry, beta-glucans are now being used more and more in terms of a supplement where they have been isolated and they're being used on their own. What are your thoughts on using beta-glucans in isolation?
Well, it's one of those difficult things, because there is certainly, evidence that beta-glucans are an active compound and they have a therapeutic effect. But there's certainly, I think one of the areas that, HEFAS really looks at in terms of research is whenever they work with mushrooms, they want to look at the synergistic effect. And in the same way that, it took us a long time to realize that actually, if you have bioflavonoids with your vitamin C, it makes the vitamin C work better. Or if you have, you don't just want calcium, you want, vitamin D and vitamin K, it's like, and I think with mushrooms, there's a lot of interest, and so research is done on like, this one compound that we think does everything, but actually, there's a synergy that happens, and so it might be that yes, this is going to have an effect, but actually, in synergy with these other things that maybe haven't got so much research, they can actually be doing really important roles. And so by taking all of those things out, you're only getting this like, one or two or three benefits as opposed to maybe 20 benefits. So I would say ideally, you want to choose whole mushroom products. You want to choose mushroom products where the other active compounds are also being standardized. And it's not just that, people are just guaranteeing, one compound or an isolate, because, again, we don't really want to turn mushrooms into, pharmaceuticals or isolates. They are a natural medicine, and there is this harmony, within the mushroom itself. And a lot of other compounds, the terpenes, the polyphenols, there's a whole the sterols, there's lots of other ones that, we know that they do therapeutic things and that they are supporting, perhaps, beta-glucans certainly are the star, but there's actually a lot of evidence that, the terpenes, particularly the triterpenes, like it's one of the most important, group of compounds in reishi. And so if you're just having a beta-glucan product, you're losing all of those other benefits.
So it's really interesting actually talking about this, because of course, I always think in nature, things are given to us in a form that they're generally intended to be used in, or at least they are in synergism with their different compounds generally for a reason. And it's often when we take one substance that we also end up with potential problems. Of course, if we think of the pharmaceutical industry, they might take salicylic acid from, a plant, let's just say from a herb, and that in isolation could lead to digestive problems like stomach ulcers. But if we actually go back to, willow bark, for example, where we get this from, there are actually compounds in the plant which protect the stomach from salicylic acid. So it's always interesting when we go back to the original form. It's generally there for a reason. And I imagine this a bit like a football team. If you've got a football team, you want a team of, English football, 11 players. You don't just want a striker. A striker is not going to get you the desired effects because you want the synergism between all the different parts that work together. And as you've explained, we have, triterpenes in there, very powerful compounds. We have these beta-glucans. We have vitamin D. We've got all these amazing things, and ideally we want them to work together. So I think what you've said there makes absolute sense. I completely agree with you. Just thinking practically for people listening who want to, let's just say they want to support their immune system. What would you recommend for them? I mean, what's the sort of thing that you would say as a take-home message for them to be using these mushrooms?
The truth is, behind closed doors, the P word became my secret sin at age 10. And for the next 17 years of my life, what I did in the incognito tab made me feel like a hypocrite and a fraud as a husband, as a father, as a business owner, and a leader inside of our church. And I promised myself that I was done being controlled by lust countless times, but I felt trapped in this cycle of resisting temptation and then failing, resisting and failing over and over again. And the only thing that helped me break out of that cycle was a truth that I'm actually going to show you in scripture that helped me realize that the P word wasn't even my real problem. See, this controlling urge that I fought almost daily for over 17 years was actually just a surface level symptom of a much deeper root issue. And if you've been stuck in a similar cycle of resisting and failing over and over again, the same may be true for you. It's probably no coincidence that God placed this in front of you today, and I want to let you know that the only thing that I thank God for more than leading me to freedom is that He somehow convinced me to share my story of breaking free from secret sin on social media. See, a few years ago, I started using my Instagram account to share this connection on how controlling lust is actually just a symptom caused by a deeper root problem. And I started getting a ton of messages from other men asking me to help them identify and heal their own deeper root problem. Really long story short, years later, we now have over 1,800 documented success stories from men just like you who have permanently broken free using our root-focused process. And if you click on the link somewhere on this page and register to watch the video that has led over 2,000 other men just like you to permanent freedom, two things are gonna happen. One, you're gonna get some discreet emails from Unchained Leader that will break down the science of why people keep going back to behaviors that they don't want to. And number two, you're gonna get immediate access to the video I mentioned that will show you why nothing that you've tried has worked so far, what the root problems are and how you can find them, and the exact plan that has helped over 2,000 men permanently break free from controlling urges for the P word by identifying, understanding, and healing their real deeper root problem. One thing that I think that you and I can both agree on is that you wouldn't still be listening to me right now if God just placed this video in front of you today by coincidence. So go ahead and find that link on this page and click on it to register and watch this video before that link disappears. I'm confident that when you click on that link on this page and watch that video, there's gonna be this really powerful moment at some point in the video where you realize the message that you're hearing is a direct answer to your prayers, just like all of these people.
At the age of 10, I was exposed to pornography.
I was drinking every day. I'm smoking, and I'm addicted to porn and lust.
The big lie the devil sold me was, you'll be able to stop this when you're older.
So I want to do something special for you guys.
I kept telling my wife, there's got to be more. There's something else out there. And lo and behold, Caroline says to me, I've been following this guy on Instagram, and she finally got the courage to reach out to you.
You guys all have a mission to change lives.
I'm actually experiencing Christ like at a whole new level. The feeling of that is unbelievable.
If you can hear my voice right now, I'm talking to you.
This is real, authentic change. I'm just so proud of him.
It's a new marriage. I mean, our old marriage is dead. We're entering into a new, it's like the new temple.
I want you to know that your Creator has called you to let your light shine.
I was so completely unsure of this program and if I should do it or not. Man, do it and commit to it and stay committed, because like 3 months, you're going to be a completely different person.
Within the first day, I felt the change. I shared with you, I've been through many programs. I've been through a lot of training. Like, I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on training. And this is by far the most intentionally well-structured program that I've ever been through, ever.
What if I told you that you could block all ads or get paid to see them? My name is Brandon Moore. I'm an engineer here at Pi, and I've been here since the beginning. Once you install our ad blocker, you will be able to see how much exact screen real estate that you lose to these ads on sites that you see and visit every single day. My role at Pi is that I am one of the engineers that build the backend systems to make sure that you get paid for the ads that you see. We are trying to change how people interact with the internet. At Pi, we give our users the power to either block ads or get paid to see them. It blocks ads on all websites, including Google, Amazon, Reddit, and YouTube, and we also block ads on Twitch. Trust me, Pi will transform your online experience. Check it out today.
Yeah, so mushrooms, I mean, you know, as we've said, a lot of culinary mushrooms actually have some active compounds. So I'd say, you know, as a basic, eat mushrooms, you know, and if you have a farmer's market or you have access to a place where they're going to have interesting varieties, like a lot of, you know, I didn't really talk about, you know, other varieties, but actually things like oyster mushroom is another one that people may be familiar with as a culinary mushroom. And that comes in, you know, pink, gray, white, there's a whole range, and they all have slightly different active compounds. You can get lion's mane, you can get shiitake, you can get agaricus family. So eat mushrooms. You know, that's the simplest thing that you can do, you know, to have them in your diet. But you know, if people are actually thinking, well, no, I want something that's, you know, sort of standardized or, you know, is going to get me a regular amount of certain active compounds, then I'd say if you are generally healthy and you just want something that's going to be supportive and preventative, then I'd say go for a blend, because then, you know, the mushroom within themselves, like you mentioned, have this wonderful synergy. But when working together, often, you know, the parts are greater than the whole. So actually having a blend, if you're not trying to target any specific thing, it's actually going to give you broader benefits than perhaps you're thinking of. And if you're not so familiar with mushrooms, you might not know which one to choose. Whereas if you go for a blend that is like an immunity blend, a digestive blend, you know, a metabolism regulating blend, then it's like someone else has done the work for you and chosen the mushrooms that are going to address that need. And I'd say that's something that's really useful to do. And if you're generally healthy, you can just go for a whole powder product, you know, a non-extract, and that is then giving you more prebiotics and some of the active compounds. But I would say look for a product that actually guarantees that you're getting some active compounds. If you see something that just says X% polysaccharides. So the polysaccharides, you know, we've mentioned beta-glucans, but actually mushrooms have a lot of other, you know, polysaccharides in their cell walls, and they're like the equivalent of, you know, cellulase that you get in plants. So it gives the mushroom structure. It's going to have a prebiotic effect, but it's kind of inert in terms of therapeutic effect. So if a product just says polysaccharides, you don't know whether you're getting, you know, 30% beta-glucan or you're getting 1% beta-glucan and 29%, you know, bulking fiber that is just like the cell wall of the mushroom. So you want to choose a product that actually says X beta-glucans, X triterpenes, you know, whatever else is in there. And if you actually are someone that, maybe has a compromised immunity or has food allergies or has metabolic issues, then maybe go for a concentrated extract and a blend that is going to be targeted towards that, that condition or stronger immune support. And, mushrooms are safe to take long term. So you can be taking 1 or 2 capsules a day indefinitely. And then if you have a particular condition, then you can go, okay, now I'm going to take a higher dose or specific mushrooms for that particular complaint, or, go and see a practitioner and they can guide you, about which to take or for how long. But they're really safe, and you can use them for your kids as well.
Yeah.
Get a kid's formula. You want one that's going to be dose appropriate, because kids are littler. So a liquid formula or a powder that you can kind of dose to their body weight. And that's a great, preventative and supporting healthy gut balance, healthy development.
That's great advice. And I like the idea of using powders. We used reishi powder. We sort of fluctuate between reishi and lion's mane, of course. And it's just easy. I mean, we make like a raw cacao hot chocolate. So literally just some cacao and some, plant-based milk, and put some powder in, and it's you don't really taste much. I mean, you can taste a little bit with the lion's mane actually, but I quite like the flavor that comes through. But obviously you can add it to hot food, you can add it into your smoothie. There's lots of different ways that you could use powder, I guess. So yeah, lots of different ways we can use it. Now, just thinking a little bit more outside the box, what if somebody wanted to go doing some foraging for mushrooms? Is this something that you would recommend?
I would say if you're going to forage, you really want to, do your research and either find a foraging group or an expert, or, read some books and have a proper guide, because, there are actually a lot of poisonous mushrooms, and some of them can look like the edibles. So you really want to know what you're doing. So that's a kind of basic thing. And then the other thing would be you want to look at where you're foraging and how clean the environment is, because mushrooms are amazing. They're actually, they're kind of like sponges, not just in their texture, but also the fact that they will suck up not just nutrients from their environment, but if there are any heavy metals, any runoff, any pesticides, any, anything like that in the wood or in the soil, depending on what type of mushroom, they will suck that up. So they can actually be really useful for cleaning soil, or getting rid of toxic waste. Mushrooms are sometimes used even for clearing up nuclear waste. But what it means is if you're collecting mushrooms in the wild, you want to make sure that where you're doing that from is not a place where there's going to be runoff from some farms and you're getting these lovely fresh mushrooms, but they're actually full of toxins. So I would say, with some research and guidance, foraging can be a wonderful thing to do. But if you're thinking about it from a health perspective, you just really need to know what you're consuming.
They're such a crucial part of our ecosystem, aren't they, when you think about it? And literally, you wherever you are, you're literally millimeters away from fungus, right? They're all around us. Listen, this has been such an interesting conversation. I really do love medicinal mushrooms. I love using them with myself, my patients. And to talk about it, for me has been great fun. I hope for our listeners it's been very interesting. I just thought a great way to finish the podcast would just be to hear from another little story of yours, a real standout from your experience working with medicinal mushrooms, and a great case, just sort of showcasing how powerful these are.
Yeah.
At apartments.com, every time a new listing is added, we get this alert, so no, or, now, of course, after hearing it millions of times, I barely even notice it anymore. Okay, everybody goes. Ooh, that's not right. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Driving the Nissan Rogue with Google built in is like...
Hey Google, turn on Rocky's Food.
The ultimate connection. Drive the award-winning Nissan Rogue today.
So one case, and this wasn't, kind of like big thing, but I thought it was a really kind of important thing. So I had a client who was sort of postmenopausal, and she, was kind of at that stage where her blood sugar was getting a bit high, her cholesterol was getting a bit high, and her doctor was kind of pushing for her to start taking medication. And she's someone who has always been chosen natural medicine and wanted to kind of do things herself. And so she got her doctor to say, look, let her have 3 months and see if she could bring any of her numbers down, and then, have the discussion again about, going on statins, etc. And so I gave her a medicinal mushroom blend designed for metabolism. So shiitake, maitake, reishi. And she did that 3 months of, taking this regularly. And when she went back and had her bloods again, I think that was pretty much the only thing she changed, because she was already taking a number of supplements, and her diet was quite good, although, a few things that were probably raising the blood sugar. And she wasn't fully back into, for her cholesterol, it wasn't fully back in the normal range, but it had gone down like 2 or 3 points just in that period of time, and her blood sugar had started going down as well. And it was enough that, her doctor said, okay, well, we'll talk about it next time. And so that was just really lovely to be able to support her in, her desire about how she looked after herself. And she wasn't, because we had already looked at sort of diet and supplements, she wasn't really having to make lots of extra changes. It was just adding this in, and it really, made a profound difference over just a few months.
Wow. And you can see, I guess, when that's pretty much the only thing you've added in, you
Yeah.
can see the changes. They're very powerful things. Thank you for your lovely story. And thank you so much for your time, Hanya.
You're very welcome. It's been a pleasure.
Good things start with Bob's Red Mill.
Remember when we first met? It was at recess. I was just sitting there all alone. Then you came over and shared those cookies your mom made.
And that was the moment I knew we'd be friends.
And even after all we've been through, the ups, the downs,
and everything in between,
we're still inseparable.
It starts with good ingredients from Bob's Red Mill.
Living with Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis often means spending hours at an infusion center. Envision being able to self-inject your treatment at home. With Zymfentra, your infliximab maintenance treatment can be managed in the comfort of your own home. This is a shift that can make a difference.
Zymfentra is the only self-injectable infliximab maintenance treatment for adults with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease. Zymfentra can lower your ability to fight infections, serious infections, cancers, blood, liver, and nervous system issues, severe allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure have occurred. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Ask your doctor if Zymfentra is right for you.
One of the crazy things about mushrooms is that they produce 50 million tons of spores every year and can help to trigger the formation of rain and snow.
Can we start at the very beginning?
Fungi are a kingdom of life. You can think of them as ecosystem engineers.
Help us understand how they're important.
There's a chemical from shiitake mushrooms which is used very widely for treating cancer.
Nobody told me anything about this.
The links between soil health and gut health are just so obvious. Talking about all these chemicals in fungi, there's one that's hitting the headlines called ET, and
welcome to Zoe, Science and Nutrition, where world-leading scientists explain how their research can improve your health. I'm your host, Jonathan Wolfe, founder and CEO of Zoe. Today, we dive into the captivating world of fungi and mushrooms and learn about the surprising reasons why they're so important for us. Fungi expert Dr. Merlin Sheldrake and my scientific co-founder at Zoe, Professor Tim Spector, take us on a psychedelic tour of mushrooms, why they're a promising treatment for debilitating mental health conditions like depression. We'll also hear how the chemicals in mushrooms might be protecting us from other diseases. And of course, why eating more mushrooms is beneficial for our health. Merlin is a biologist and the author of the best-selling book, Entangled Life, How Fungi Make Our World. And Tim is one of the world's top 100 most cited scientists and a professor of genetic epidemiology at King's College London. Merlin and Tim, thank you for joining me today.
Thanks for having me.
Great to be here.
Tim's doing this like extra long pause just to throw me off. So I'm really excited about this one because I really enjoyed the book. And those of you who are on video can actually see the new version of it. It has these amazing pictures in it, which when I read it, it didn't have the pictures. And now suddenly it all makes way more sense. So I think that is the ultimate coffee book for people who love like really getting this vision into something you haven't seen before. But at this point, no one probably has any idea what we're talking about. So what I'd like to do is start with a tradition we have here, Merlin, which is a quick fire round of questions. Are you up for that?
Sounds good to me.
So we have very strict rules, which are always tough for scientists. You can say yes or no, or if you absolutely have to, you can give us a sentence. You willing to give it a go?
I'll try.
All right. I'm going to have 3 for Merlin to start with. Are mushrooms and fungi a kind of plant?
No.
If there were no fungi, would we be alive today?
No.
Do plants rely on fungi as much as we rely on gut bacteria?
At least as much.
Brilliant. Well, we're going to go into that in a bit more detail. Now, Tim, do all mushrooms have the same health benefits?
No, but they're all good.
Are dried mushrooms as good for our health as fresh mushrooms?
Usually, and sometimes more.
And finally, do psychedelic mushrooms have the potential to revolutionize medicine?
Absolutely.
All right, final question, and Merlin, you're allowed more than just yes or no, so give us a sentence or two. What's the most surprising thing about fungi that you found in your studies?
It's very hard to answer that because there are so many surprising things. I'll choose one. That the fungal networks in a teaspoon of soil could stretch from anywhere from 100 meters to 10 kilometers.
Hi. I hope you're learning a lot from this fantastic mushroom chat with Tim and Merlin. As it turns out, 63% of people who watch this podcast haven't hit the subscribe button, and 11% haven't pressed the bell to turn notifications on. So if you've ever enjoyed this podcast, please do hit the subscribe button and turn notifications on. Doing us this small favor will really help us to reach more people with life-changing health information. And that's why we do this show every week and put in all this hard work. Thank you, and on with the show. Merlin, can we start at the very beginning? Because I think most people here, like me, didn't know what a fungi was. What are fungi, and are they the same as mushrooms?
Fungi are a kingdom of life, so that's as broad a category as animals or plants. So there's lots of ways to be a fungus, just like there's lots of ways to be an animal, there's lots of ways to be a plant. But they're not plants, and they're not animals. Mushrooms are the reproductive structures of a small group of, well, a large group, but a small, proportionally small group of fungi. So mushrooms are the places where fungi produce spores, which help them disperse themselves over potentially large distances. So when we think of mushrooms, we're just thinking of a small part of the overall life of a fungus, which is usually in the form of a network. Most fungi live most of their lives as networks of branching, fusing cells called mycelial networks.
And so that means I should think about mushrooms a bit like a fruit. So it's like a tomato or a pear within this thing that isn't a plant.
It's analogous to the fruit of a plant, except that the tree, say the apple tree that produced the apples, is underground, and the mushrooms you see usually are sticking up through the ground, and you're not able to see the rest of the tree.
Why aren't they a plant? Because it feels like, you know, they're not an animal, and then they're not a bacteria. So my very simple view of the world, they're a plant, aren't they?
I think perhaps the most important difference is that plants, on the whole, photosynthesize. So they produce energy from the light coming from the sun and from carbon dioxide in the air. And it's a really fundamental process on the planet, photosynthesis. It's kind of like they're eating air and eating light to produce the energy they need to grow and do the things they do. Fungi don't photosynthesize. So like us as animals, we have to find food in the world, ready-made, as it were, and put it inside us. Fungi have to find food in the world and consume it. They can't make their own energy. They can't make their own energy containing carbon compounds like plants do.
They will steal the energy from something else that's made it.
So that's fascinating. So they don't have the ability to photosynthesize. They can't take the energy from the sun, but they can't just walk around, right? Like an animal, or even I think like a bacteria that's sort of free. Does that tie into what you're talking about before about these incredible number of sort of roots that you were describing?
Yes, so they grow into networks, mycelial networks. And what these networks allow them to do is, whereas animals tend to find food in the world and put it inside their bodies, fungi put their body inside their food.
Which sounds disgusting.
Well, I mean, not disgusting if you're a fungus. And the way that they do this is by growing these networks, which allow them to bury themselves, insinuate themselves within their food source. Because they're highly branched, they can make contact with as much of their surroundings as possible, which they then digest by releasing enzymes and other digestive compounds, which allow them to break down their surroundings and absorb those nutrients into the networks.
Nobody taught me anything about this when I studied my school biology. I don't feel like people are constantly talking to me about fungi. Do they matter?
Well, I'm bound to say yes. But I do believe that they really do matter, and I'm not alone. One of the things that they're able to do, remember this is a big group of organisms, a kingdom of life, but on the whole, fungi are metabolically ingenious. They're chemical wizards. They can produce all sorts of fascinating chemicals that allow them to interact with the world in strange and remarkable ways. So what this allows them to do is to play really important roles in the biosphere, for example, by decomposing wood. If all the wood that plants produced piled up, unrotted, then we'd be buried kilometers deep in unrotted forests. Of course, we wouldn't exist in that situation, but you get the picture. So,
and you need the fungi in order to break down the wood?
So wood wouldn't decompose if it wasn't for the activity of fungi, which are able to break down the wood by producing an arsenal of chemicals and enzymes that allow them to do so. But they aren't just powerful decomposers. They also play really important roles in making life on land possible. So all plants, for example, depend on fungi, on symbiotic fungi that live in them or on them in order to survive. Plants would not have made it out of the water and onto the land about 500 million years ago were it not for the fungi that they formed relationships with. So they're symbionts, they're decomposers, and through all this activity, they play a part in regulating the composition of the atmosphere, because when they decompose things, they release carbon dioxide. When they support plant life, they help pull down carbon dioxide into stable forms in the soil. They also make soil by decomposing organisms. You can think about soil as the kind of the guts of the planet. If you like, I often think about it like that. And fungi are key players in the life of that gut system, if you like, in the soil. They hold soil together. They form a sticky living seam that holds soil together. If you take away the fungi, the soil will wash away. They play all sorts of roles like this. You can think of them as ecosystem engineers.
Can I touch for a minute, because you mentioned this word symbiosis, which definitely brings me back to 15-year-old biology. And I feel like it's really interesting because we talk a lot about sort of gut bacteria and this realization, and we have Tim here about how important they are for us, and that these bacteria aren't all our enemies, but actually it seems clear now that there's a lot of ways in which the human body and bacteria actually fit together. I think there's something analogous that you're talking about between fungi and plants, but you sort of skipped over it a bit fast. Could you help to understand how essential are fungi for plants, and how does that fit together?
Yeah, so symbiosis just means living together, right? There's lots of ways to live together, like we know as humans. There are lots of kinds of relationship that we can form. Some of these are healthier relationships than others. Some are more productive, constructive relationships than others. And some can be really problematic. It's like that in the living world at large as well. So fungi form relationships with plants perhaps in the most important way, by living in and around plant roots, extending their webs, their exploratory webs into the soil, and foraging for nutrients like nitrogen or phosphorus, which they're able to find more easily than plants can. They transport this nitrogen and phosphorus back to the roots, and they exchange it with plants for sugars and fats that the plants have produced in photosynthesis. So they have a trading relationship with plants.
Trading meaning they're giving plants something good and the plants are giving them something back.
Good. Yeah. They, on the whole, both are benefiting from this association. It's what you might call a mutualism. But it's based on the exchange of resources. So the plant's getting something it can't so easily get by itself. The fungus is getting something it can't so easily get by itself. And together they're able to extend their reach and do things that neither could do alone.
The links between soil health and gut health are just so obvious. And that, and anyway, the life of the planet and, the healthy human is also deeply interlinked. And it's interesting that the ratio of fungi to microbes in soil is actually a really good indicator of the health of the soil. And in areas where there are less fungi networks, then that soil isn't as nutritious or it's hard to grow things. So in a way, that's just like humans that have, lost diversity of our microbes. The only we know there are fungi in the human gut, and we're estimating that about 8% or so of our microbes are fungal. That's a bit of a guess because they're hard to sequence genetically, and they're much larger than the equivalent bacteria. So we don't really know, but we used to think of them as harmful inside our guts, and lots of clinics everywhere set up to eliminate gastric fungi like Candida, and there's no real evidence that for most people they are harmful, and a lot of evidence that they do play a really protective, again, symbiotic role, working with the bacteria in this case to maximize the nutrition and reduce things like inflammation and keep the gut wall structurally really sound, and a real defense mechanism, particularly for the immune system. So we think fungi in the gut are really important for the immune system. So it's really lovely to see these analogies, these crossovers, how, yes, they work with plants, they also work with humans, and it's a two-way, exchange mechanism that's really cool.
Your research is about how fungi can engage with the environment, even though they don't have any brains, right? A fungi doesn't have a brain. Could you tell us in very simple words, like what you're doing and I guess, what it tells us?
So I'm working with a research group, and we're trying to understand the way that these symbiotic fungi that live with plants in and around their roots, how these fungi are able to behave as networks, how are they able to live in a changing world, sensing their environment, sensing lots of things, sensing temperature, sensing any number of chemicals, sensing acidity, pressure, all sorts of things. How are they able to sense all of these aspects of their environment? How are they able to integrate all of these different sensory data streams and decide in their way, decide on the right course of action at any one moment? We know very little about this. And so we're looking inside these networks using microscopes and watching the flow patterns, like rivers of fluid moving through the network. And sometimes like getting to a junction, going up one way and changing direction and going down the other branch of the junction. And so it's really exciting work because there's a lot of looking involved.
And when I read it, it reminded me a bit of like these sort of science fiction movies where we experience some completely foreign creature that doesn't seem to have a brain or whatever, but actually turns out to be, cleverer than us. And I definitely get a sense from you of some sort of awe that this thing is actually much smarter than you would have expected or we could imagine, despite the fact that it's sort of invisible to us and doesn't have a brain. These things that we would classically think of as what's required to imagine that something has any intelligence or capability.
Yeah, I think that's right. One of these fungi might be sprawled over tens of meters. It might be engaging with hundreds of thousands, millions of different plant root tips. It might be have very different environmental situations in different part of its network, managing uncountable number of trading decisions with these plants. And constantly remodeling itself and readapting in these trading relationships to changes in the situation from moment to moment, from day to day, from season to season. These are non-trivial problems to solve. And of course, they solve them in their way, and they've evolved over hundreds of millions of years to do this. But yeah, that does boggle my mind.
Has there been a significant human impact on the fungi around the world and the way that it supports plants and the way that we're obviously very aware there is on trees?
For sure. If we cut down a forest and the bodies of those plants were home to a whole load of fungal species that depend on those plants for somewhere to live and for symbionts to live with, for partners to live with. We cut down the forest, you've destroyed the habitat for a whole load of fungi that no longer can live there. You've also created habitat for a whole load of different type of fungi, right? You might have fungi that thrive on rotting wood. So if a forest is killed by a disease, and you have a lot of dying wood around, that will create habitat for a different group of fungi. So again, there's so many ways to be a fungus, it's a little hard to generalize. But on the whole, yes, when we do really huge scale industrialized agriculture, we are often damaging fungal communities by plowing.
I was wondering about that. This like constant plowing and fertilizer, do you get the same density, I guess, of fungi in the way that we do modern agriculture as we would have done in historical approaches?
No, you disrupt the fungal communities and you get lower fungal diversity and you get less healthy, less active groups of fungi in those places. Plants have evolved for hundreds of millions of years to do what they do in association with fungi. So some modern strains of plants, some modern crops, for example, a wheat variety, might have been bred to grow quickly when you feed it with loads of chemical phosphorus.
This is like giving it fertilizer.
Yeah, give it lots and lots of fertilizer. And so that modern bred variety might not be so good at forming relationships with their companion fungi as a variety that has been grown by humans for a long time before this chemical phosphorus started to be applied. So on the whole, we are if we're breeding this kind of plant, we're breeding quite spoilt plants with maybe not very good symbiotic manners. They're not so good at forming these associations, and they might form quite dysfunctional relationships with the fungi that would otherwise be key parts of their lives. So you take away the phosphorus the plant needs, the plant won't survive, and nor will it have fungal partners to strike up a relationship with.
I've sort of got this analogy now of plants almost being fed on their own version of ultra-processed food, right? So they grow really fast, but in a way that isn't quite right. And then, of course, probably therefore ending up without some of the things that, you would expect to see in a healthy plant, which we then go and eat. Am I stretching this too far?
No, it's like if you suddenly feed any animal massively and it balloons up in size, it might have more height and weight, but it's going to lack some of those nutrients and things that its defense chemicals, its complexity and its interaction with the world is going to be different because all you're focusing on is the size of that animal or that plant. They're lazy, they just don't have to sit back, don't have to do much hard work, and the fertilizer just is this massive growth hormone that just pushes them up. And
it's a bit like they've lost their own microbiome, only in this case it's their fungi and it's spread out and dispersed rather than sort of sitting inside them.
They don't care, they don't need it. I'm getting all the growth I need, what do I care? I don't, all these extra nutrients, they're just, icing on the cake. I don't need to worry about that. Let's not give the fungi as much and the fungi don't return the favour. So I think that's partly it. But also, the heavy ploughing, the chemicals in the soil, all these things are disrupting these networks as well. So,
and Merlin, presumably this is all unintentional, right? It's not that people 70 years ago or whatever we started this big growth in agriculture, like, we know all about the fungi and we don't care. It's just that they were seeking to get more and more food. Nobody knew about any of this, I'm guessing, and this is another example of sort of an unintended byproduct because we generally didn't realize how complicated the world was, and I think tended to think that there were very simple answers, and only now starting to realize there was much more complexity underneath.
I think that's fair to say that largely it's been driven through ignorance rather than through people being malicious. However, that wouldn't be something you could necessarily apply today, where you have powerful lobby groups for, for the chemical industry, for the big machinery industries, for all of these different parts of the heavily commercialized agricultural world. I don't think that all of those vested interests and powerful lobbies are acting out of their concern for the soil. I think they're acting for a profit motive.
Can I ask about herbicides and glyphosate, for example, the commonest herbicide used? We don't really talk about its effect on fungi and fungal networks. Is there any data on that? Is it resistant to it? Does it matter?
I've read some studies that suggest that herbicides are damaging and disruptive to mycorrhizal fungal networks. I don't know what context they were studying those studies took place in. I don't know how much these herbicides affect decomposer fungi, which are also important parts of the soil. But certainly there's some evidence that they are disruptive. And of course, they're disruptive in another way because they kill plants that fungi depend on. And on the whole, lower diversity of plants in an area means lower diversity of fungi.
Hi. I want to take a quick break with you from this fascinating mushroom conversation. Now, back in March last year, we created this podcast to uncover how the latest science can help all of us live longer and healthier lives. And over hundreds of hours of conversations with world-leading scientists, we've uncovered key insights that have the potential to help you improve your health. Now, if you don't have hundreds of hours to spare, not to worry. At the request of many of our listeners, our team has created an amazing guide summarizing the top 10 most impactful discoveries that you could apply to your life. And you can get it for free. Simply go to zoe.com/free guide or click the link in the show notes. And please let me know what you think of it. Okay, back to the show. I'd love to talk now about the role of fungi and mushrooms in human health, and maybe starting with medicine, because I know, Tim, that you're quite excited about some of the new things that are coming along. And so could you maybe talking to us about hallucinogenic or psychedelic mushrooms, which I was definitely brought up as something that my parents told me I should never do. And now you're talking about it as potentially real treatment for mental health issues.
Yes. Well, mushrooms have been used medically for thousands of years in China. It's really since records began. And there's a huge history there that, in a way, the West sort of forgot about and is recently rediscovering. The so-called magic mushrooms in the West really seem to come to light after a family were having a picnic in Green Park in the 17th century.
Okay, keep going.
And they were reported by, I think it was the Times, as going crazy and delirious and having to be sort of arrested by the police because they'd
fits of giggles were mentioned.
Yes, hysterical, and they couldn't be sort of controlled. And this made the newspapers of the time. And it turned out they'd been foraging in Green Park and found these mushrooms, and that's really how, at least in the West, this idea that mushrooms had this mood changing effect, but. Some mushrooms, some we call psychedelic or magic mushrooms, produce a substance called psilocybin, which is a very powerful neurochemical in the brain, and it's very closely linked to the drug LSD, lysergic acid. LSD was around in the 1960s, and it had a brief time when it was thought to be useful therapeutically, and there were studies. You went to Johns Hopkins University and you were a student and you enrolled in the LSD study, and they did a group of students there and found that it did have profound effects on these students, generally positive. There were a small amount of them that got rather anxious symptoms, but most had very positive life-changing type experiences.
And I think, Merlin, you actually, rather more recently than the period you're talking about, took part yourself in one of these LSD trials, I think in the UK, if I remember rightly from the book.
That's right. In this resurgence of interest in psychedelics, which has taken place in the last 15 years or so. And it was a study into the effects of LSD on the problem-solving abilities of scientists. So they got a lot of scientists, which I was recruited as a tea room. In the tea room at the Department of Plant Sciences I was working, there was a poster on the wall that said, do you have a meaningful problem that needs solving? And I called this number. So I called the number because it seemed like I had many meaningful problems that needed to be solved. I thought you could recruit more or less anyone that way if they were silly enough to call the number. Anyway, I was silly enough to call the number, and they said that this was a study involving scientists and giving them LSD to see if it changed the way that they solved problems. So I said, well, sign me up. And I went to the hospital, and they give you a battery of tests, of psychometric tests and questionnaires and so forth. And then you lie in the hospital bed. They very politely actually made the hospital room less hospitally. They'd hung hangings on the walls, and they had mood lights and music, so you didn't feel exactly like you were in a hospital, but it was quite a thin disguise, I'd say. Anyway, I lay there and had the LSD, and a remarkable experience it was.
Did you solve your problem?
Not in any straightforward way, but what I did get, I got new perspective on the problem. It felt like lots of very familiar parts of the problem landscape became unfamiliar again, and so I could kind of re-examine the situation, and it felt like there were lots of really helpful insights. If there was not one key solution, there were helpful insights that allowed me to proceed in a way that felt fruitful.
And how was the experience overall?
Very positive. I had a great time. I had to do these questionnaires to assess how you're feeling. Because one of the problems of doing this research as a scientist, to the scientists doing the study, is that they're trying to be objective. They're looking from outside, but they're looking at my subjective state and the subjective state of the other participants. And it's hard to be objective about subjective things. So they had these questionnaires. One of the questionnaire questions, I remember having to answer this question again and again, was how do you rate your experience of infinity on a scale of 1 to 10? And this question never ceased to amuse me. Every time it came around, every hour or so, I would descend into even more intense fits of giggles, and eventually pull some number out of the air. But this is not to make fun of the questionnaires as an approach. It's just sometimes these things can seem absurd when you're in that
it's supposed to change your concept of ego, isn't it? So that's one of the big things. It removes your ego so you can see everything more objectively. That's what people who do this regularly and therapists say. Did you notice something like that?
Certainly, it becomes, the boundaries of where you start and stop become more confusing. Feels like you become more porous. It's less easy to distinguish you from your environment. For me, I felt like my mind became a much larger place. It's like I like on a day-to-day basis, like I spend time in the garden of my mind. But in this experience, it felt like I noticed there was a gate at the bottom of the garden leading into a path, leading into a forest, like leading into a much bigger place, which was quite an amazing place to explore. And that's something actually I brought back with me from the experience. I find it helpful sometimes to remember that my mind is a bigger place than the room that I'm spending time, my mental room that I might be spending time in at any given moment.
And Tim, what does the latest science sort of show about this? Is this just an excuse to let fancy scientists be able to do LSD without getting sent to jail, or is there something real here?
For 30 or 40 years, LSD was seen as a bad drug.
It's definitely what I was brought up to believe.
It got labelled, as these bad trips and bad acid trips, and it got labelled the same way as heroin and cocaine and crystal meths, etc. And it turns out that was really a blanket reaction to all drugs, and throughout what is actually therapeutically a very useful tool in psychiatry. And you've got to remember that there's been no new drugs in psychiatry for at least 30 years. And they've started to do proper clinical trials with proper doses of psilocybin, which is easier to dose than just LSD, and shown remarkable benefits of people with quite severe depression that have been resistant to medication, and also some case of anxiety and depression, and also some psychosis as well. There's some encouraging signs that it can sort of reset the brain through these chemicals, and so actually changing some neural pathways inside the brain in positive ways. Everyone in that area is super excited by it, and there are many companies now looking at biosimilar compounds that, again, kind of crazy, and thinking how fungi are producing these amazing compounds that we're now using as medications for mental health. It just, again, illustrates how, we need to be embracing nature and using all these things together. So I think, in 5 years, we'll be seeing these drugs
I was going to say, I
prescribed.
think you were talking to me the other day about lots of other uses of mushrooms that people are investigating in medicine.
There's quite a lot going on in cancer, interesting, and not as a main treatment. There are some sort of test tube studies show that when you sort of dry these mushrooms and you put them in little test tube plates, you can get immune benefits and you can get anti-cancer benefits. But often, most things can show that. So the proof is often in human studies. There aren't many of those, but there have been several. There was 13,000 elderly people with dementia who had given lots of mushrooms and reduced their dementia outcomes after 6 years. 36,000 Japanese given it and should have reduced their risk of prostate cancer. These are observational studies, not trials, so they're not the gold standard. And lots of mouse studies showing that particularly things like button mushrooms or reishi mushrooms can have sort of beneficial effects. And I think the most important is these cancer trials. So there are 5 small studies of, again, these reishi mushrooms, which show that if you give it in addition to chemotherapy, so this is adjuvant treatment, you get improvements in those cancer outcomes. And this was looked at independently by the Cochrane Review, which is a generally unbiased way of looking at it, saying yes, up to 50% improvement. The trials could be bigger, could be better. Yes, we need more of them. Reishi and turkey tail seem to be coming out as helping side effects of the drugs and helping them have a bigger immune impact. So I think this is where that field is going, is that
that's amazing.
These have, the hundreds of chemicals in these mushrooms and fungi are having these benefits on our immune systems that maybe help us respond better to these drugs. And I think this is, again, similar to what we see in the human gut as well.
And worth remembering also that the fungal enthusiasm, as you said, Tim, is not equally distributed around the globe. And so in East Asian cultures, there's maybe a kind of mycophilia, you might say, more of an enthusiasm for things.
Mycophilia is loving mushrooms, is that? Okay.
Yeah, loving fungi, fungus loving.
I'm slightly surprised you haven't turned up with that on your T-shirt, Merlin. I'm disappointed now. I know. You have it at home. You have
tattooed on my chest. But in Japan, there are there's a chemical from shiitake mushrooms which is used very widely for treating cancer alongside more conventional cancer treatments, and also a compound from turkey tail which is used very widely in quite conventional medical contexts. So the research, the science is unequally distributed, and some of the reasons why those are not used so widely here is because it's not totally clear how they're working. Although it seems to be very clear that they work.
Talking about all these chemicals in fungi, there's one that's sort of hitting the headlines at the moment called ET. And
tell me about ET, which makes me think of a famous 1980s movie, but he looks a little like a mushroom now I think about it, but that's not, I think, where we're going.
Yeah, ergothioneine is a compound produced in many fungi, particularly what's called the boletes family, which is like ceps and porcini mushrooms, quite high doses of it. And it's been shown in a number of studies to have these particularly powerful effects on the body, on the immune system. And interestingly, humans have adapted systems to actually take this chemical and bring it into their bodies. So it's like a vitamin, and it's been I think, wasn't it called some marketing person called it the longevity vitamin, and so it gets absorbed in our bodies, and there's quite a lot of hype around it, and you can now buy ET supplements, and you know, there are people saying it has amazing powers, but in the end of the day, it looks like you're still much better off eating the whole mushrooms rather than this reductionist supplement, which probably doesn't work in that artificial form as much as it would do if you're eating the whole.
So fungus. You're just make sure I've got that. You're as often like skeptical with extracting the one chemical as ET. Quite bullish about the underlying eating the underlying mushrooms.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, it's definitely a healthy compound when you eat it in the context of the whole fungus, the mushroom. Once we make it industrially and commercially, and you take it outside that, the evidence isn't really clear. It's that beneficial, and that's where marketing takes over. So, I think that's what I've learned. So go out and pick those, you know, ceps and those porcini mushrooms, and have a, you know, fantastic meal, knowing that just one of the hundreds of amazing chemicals you're getting is going to be this ET that may have anti-cancer properties. You know, it may have all these other benefits, but I think we're better off just by eating more mushrooms rather than these supplements.
I think this touches on an important point as well, that many of these medicinal fungi have been used for a really long time by traditional cultures, and have been known about by traditional knowledge systems. It includes psychedelics as well. So it's easy to forget that when we are talking about the stories of modern science, where it can seem as if we're just discovering that these things work. I think a lot of what's going on in these modern scientific contexts is that we're understanding a little bit more about how they work. But that many of these fungal species like reishi and lion's mane, chaga, these have been used for a very long time.
It's interesting. It makes me think of this analogy with aspirin, right? Which is from a tree, and you're going to tell me which tree it's.
Willow. Bark of a willow.
Where I think similarly it was used in traditional medicine for thousands of years. This is right, and it's only then much later that we came along and understood. In this case, identified, you know, the individual compound and figured out how to mass produce it. So is that the analogy here?
It's definitely an analogy. So many of the medicines that are very familiar medicines in the modern pharmacopoeia have come from folk medicines. And actually, with these more traditional fungal medicinal fungal species, one of the reasons why we don't know as much as we should is because it's difficult for it's very expensive to do big human clinical studies. And with these traditional medicines that we've been known about for a long time, there's not much IP to defend. So big companies aren't so motivated to do those studies. And
we understand that. No one is going to spend $1 billion to prove that eating a particular mushroom improves your health, because they can't lock up the mushroom in the way they can lock up a pill, which I think is very familiar to us, right, Tim, as we think about nutritional science. That just people haven't spent the money on these studies because nobody can lock up olive oil or whatever it is, which is actually a brilliant transition to talk about food. And I think that our listeners will not tune back if I haven't had a chance to talk. Really interested to talk about it specifically for these, like cancer and mental health. But more broadly, Tim, as I said, I love this chapter in your book talking about why mushrooms were so valuable for us to eat. But can you give me the quick rundown again? Like, why should anyone care about eating mushrooms?
Well, they taste fantastic. They have this amazing range of chemicals that give you this umami taste, this savory taste, which is sort of mimicking meat in many ways. And some people, it's better than meat, particularly if you've got a range of different mushrooms there, and you've slow cooked them, or even get more taste if you dehydrate them and rehydrate them in many cases. So you actually get even more savory flavors and more chemicals. But as well as being super tasty, they are, there's a lot of water in them. So once you've got rid of the water, they have huge amounts of protein, about 25% protein, pretty good amounts of fiber as well. All these chemicals we've been talking about that have a whole variety of these effects. They're a source of selenium. They're actually a source of vitamin D. And they sunbathe like humans, and they
You mentioned this before. Is this
Yeah.
really true that if you leave them out in the sun before eating, they have more vitamin D?
It is. I mean, it depends slightly on the variety, but some of them are really good at converting natural steroids in them to vitamin D, which is a steroid, and basically you can get half of your vitamin D amounts from eating portions of mushrooms.
Is it just a lucky byproduct for us that these mushrooms are so nutritious and have all of these chemicals we don't access elsewhere?
In some sense, I mean, it's also important to remember that they haven't been busily evolving for over 1 billion years to give us vitamin D or
How selfish of them.
And although obviously it is irrelevant when we're talking about what it's like to eat them. But they need these molecules themselves to do a lot of the basic things that they need to do. So, for example, when we use fungal drugs like penicillin, which is a very famous drug produced by a fungus, the fungus is producing that antibiotic to defend itself from bacteria. When we use it in our lives, we're rehousing a fungal solution within our bodies, and our societies. And so I think that you can think of a lot of the nutritional content of mushrooms as something similar. It'll be vary from compound to compound, of course.
It's interesting. We talk a lot about diversity as we think about what you're eating, and in a sense, what I'm hearing is like, fungi aren't even plants, so I guess to make it think about this very simple, it's hardly surprising you're getting more diversity in the same way you're describing these fungi carrying out tasks that plants can't do. Similarly, it's perhaps not surprising that you might have access to like these different sorts of complex chemicals from fungi that we wouldn't just get through our normal plants, or am I stretching this too far?
I think there's lots of things that fungi can do for us chemically that plants can't. Because they're so chemically ingenious, because they produce all these different compounds to do all these different things. In fact, lots of the chemicals that you'll get by eating a plant have originally been concentrated or even made by a fungus. Much of the phosphorus that's in your body would have passed through a fungus on its way to the plant that fed you.
And is it okay to eat them raw, or should I always be cooking my mushrooms?
Unless you're very careful, you're better off, I think, cooking them. There are quite a few poisonous types, and there are other ones that just by cooking them, you get rid of those nasty chemicals, and they're easier to eat. And it's often easier to get the nutrients from them if they're slightly cooked as well, because they have this special layer, chitin, which is very hard to break down and gives it that structure. And also they're full of water as well. So if you're cooking them, you actually get rid of a lot of the water, and you get actually more flavours that way. So that's my view. I don't know whether you eat lots of raw mushrooms, but I think they taste better cooked generally, and so that's the way I
easier to digest. They're breaking down the cell walls for sure. The times when I might eat them, when they haven't been cooked, formally cooked with heat, is when they've been fermented. So if you're eating like a mold like koji, which is used to make soy sauce and miso, you haven't cooked that, but it has been transformed through a fermentation process.
Cold cooking,
yeah,
we call that. So yes, no, I've started fermenting mushrooms. It's quite tricky, but they do taste amazing.
And how do you access this? Because most people will feel like if they go to their local grocery store of mushrooms, maybe there's like one type of mushroom, or I think we start to see a few more, but still not very many. And I at least have been told by my mother, again, I feel like there's a long list of things that my mother told me not to do on this podcast, but one of them was not to eat random mushrooms that you find like in the forest, because you're likely to kill yourself. So how do people, I assume that they're not eating random mushrooms is a good idea, Merlin?
It's definitely a good idea.
Because quite a lot of them are genuinely poisonous.
There are some poisonous mushrooms which will give you a really a bad time and potentially kill you. So the general rule of thumb is that you never eat a mushroom that you've found unless you can positively identify it. What that means is that you're not just saying, well, it's not that and it's not that, so it must be this. What you're saying is, I know for a fact that it's this. So
Which is a high bar for most people listening to this, just wandering into their local park and seeing a mushroom.
But there are lots of ways to learn about what mushrooms are which, just like you can learn about what trees are which or what birds are which. And it's actually a really exciting thing for many people to do. And there's lots of great resources online for those who want to learn more. So I wouldn't discourage anyone from doing that. It's not like you need to become like the expert who knows all mushrooms overnight.
I think there are about 300 edible types of mushroom, I read somewhere, but about 30 are cultivated. And they're the ones you'd see in the shops. So up to 30, I guess, is the most you're going to see probably in this country.
And most of us aren't going to see 30. They're maybe going to see a few. So that brings me back to the question at the beginning about dried mushrooms, and are they still good for your health, or does it need to be fresh in the way that I think you talk about a lot of other plants? You say if they just sit out there for months, there's not much left in them.
I was surprised when I was reading this that there are studies looking at the nutritional content of dried mushrooms. I think a lot of it's done on shiitake mushrooms, but porcini as well, which the Italians often store dried, and they are just as nutritious. They've looked at the chemical composition and are super healthy, and some people think they have more taste when they're rehydrated. You have to add water back into them, usually warm water, and so these seem to be very, very healthy. So it's a bit like our stories about canned tomatoes or beans. Some of these things which you might think are not healthy because they're dried, are actually still really good preserved for you. And I think it shouldn't stop people eating mushrooms out of season by eating these dried ones. I think that's the message.
Although you should find a reputable source, because it's sometimes when dried mushrooms are imported, you can't tell by looking at the fragments of dried mushrooms, so you can't confirm just visually that it's the species it says it is. And there are cases of contamination or the wrong kind of mushroom ending up in your bag of dried mushrooms.
So you're not really getting the variety that you want or the diversity. They're just giving you a bunch of the cheapest ones.
Yeah, cheaper, or there are a few thrown in with the ones you want, and those might not be the ones you want to be eating. So reputable source.
But button mushrooms are the sort of common ones in the UK, and they're often the cheapest, and they're cultivated in large amounts. And although they look fairly dull compared to some of the exotic ones you see, I think they've still got plenty of nutrients in them.
Is that right? Because they sort of look like the white bread of mushrooms, but you're telling me that actually they still...
Well, it's all
I feel like they can't have any nutritional value whatsoever, but you're telling me that actually I'm being unfair?
I think you are, yes. Certainly,
I apologise to the
there may be better ones
in my life,
but you'll be generally paying more for the better ones. But Berlin probably knows the differences between all of the varieties. But I still think there's no such thing as a bad mushroom. I think that's my
I'd agree
point.
with that. I personally think there are ones that taste a lot better and are more and more available, actually, like oyster mushrooms or shiitake mushrooms, which I would always choose over a button mushroom. I would agree that there's no such thing as a bad edible mushroom. But for those that don't like or have not liked as a child, for example, button mushrooms, there may well be mushrooms out there that you do like because there's quite a range of flavours and textures.
That's a bit like saying, so you can't give up on all mushrooms because you had a bad one. It's a bit like saying you're giving up on all plants because you don't like artichokes or something.
Exactly.
You'd be like, well, that's ridiculous, like try a tomato. That's fascinating. And presumably, Tim, because we talk a lot with Sarah about this idea of like the food matrix and complexity. Am I right in suspecting that a ground powdered mushroom is not likely to be as good as one of these dried, but still sort of whole mushroom? Or
I think it depends how much it's been crushed, if you like. So I'd like to see something that still resembles a mushroom in some way. So it's not a fine chemical powder. It hasn't been reduced to those few chemicals we've talked about. It still has some of the complexity of all the things going in there. It hasn't been fiddled with too much. But if we take just pure fast drying a whole mushroom, getting rid of all that water, and then as long as you grind it up and it's not too fine a dust, I think you're still getting most of those components, because there are some studies showing that actually the cell walls of these fungi can have some benefits as well on health. And I thought that was really interesting on the immune system. So you don't want to get rid of those. You still want to keep some of that structure. So
it's the story we always keep coming back to, isn't it? Which is like you extract a few chemicals, as people do, and they want to make famous, and you lose like the 9,000 other that are actually contributing to the overall
You
benefit.
lose the fiber, the structure, and things. Then you're throwing away most of the good stuff.
But I'd also add that there are situations when you're taking a medicinal mushroom, for example, where you might want to concentrate it because you simply wouldn't get enough of those active fractions. You'd have to eat so many mushrooms to get those active fractions that you might never get to that point. So I think there are cases where you might want to take an extract alongside your diet of whole mushrooms.
That makes lots of sense. So this question came up a lot with people emailing into us. How often should people be eating mushrooms?
I would say try and get some mushrooms in every day if you can, and if at least 3 times a week. Most of the studies done for preventing cancer, etc., have done at least 2 cupfuls a day. So I think if you're really trying to make a big difference to your health, the more you get, the better, and try and vary the species as well. I think that's the other thing, because we don't know yet what the particular advantages are. So as for plants, diversity, I think, is going to turn out to be key. So this is something, this is a very new field, but I think going for a diverse range of mushrooms, trying to pick some new ones, even if it's small amounts, go for it. And there are these mushroom teas and mushroom coffees. Generally they have very small amounts of actual mushroom in them, so don't be fooled into thinking that's really the same as having a full mushroom meal. But I think that's the other takeaway.
So before we wrap up, I'd like to ask you both this sort of final question. What's your favorite way of eating mushrooms, and what mushrooms would be in there?
I love a creamy mushroom tagliatelle is mine, using, if I can get 3 different types of mushroom, and I fry them up, get rid of the water, add garlic and some creme fraiche, maybe with a bit of kefir just at the end to give it a bit more microbial time. Mix it with my fresh pasta. That's one of my favourite meals.
Sounds delicious. And what are the mushrooms?
It's whatever I can get, really. I don't think you should be too fussy what you can get. So I like shiitake mushrooms, porcini, the Seps variety. But I always like trying something new, actually. That's, so they've all got different textures and things. But I haven't found one I don't like yet.
Merlin?
I often just saute them, just fry them lightly in a pan, get some of the water out and eat them like that, maybe on toast or just by themselves. But also I love making soups. And a soup, I'd probably have a miso base in the soup. I might add some kefir to give it some creaminess. And I throw in as many different species as I could get into the soup. And the way the flavors can meld together in a soup form is something I really enjoy. In terms of species, of the cultivated varieties, the varieties you could buy at a shop that had a good selection all year round, shiitakes, enoki, which are kind of white tufts of mushrooms with thin, slender stalks. Maitake, I love. Oyster mushrooms are great. And if they're talking about wild species, then it's whatever is around. But there are various favorites. I just was in France eating porcini, which were fantastic, and mountains of chanterelles, which I also really enjoy.
If someone's listening to this and now they're really interested in saying, okay, like I can get a certain amount in the shops and maybe I can get some more that are dried, but I'm really excited about all these wild ones that don't even exist, but I don't want to poison myself, how could they get started?
There are great websites and field guides, books. Which field guide you get, which website you visit will depend on where in the world you are. So it's important to find somewhere that's talking about relevant fungi. And there's a great app called iNaturalist, which is also a good resource.
Brilliant. Well, we'll talk to Merlin to see if we can get a few of those links. We'll put them in the show notes. And I know you mentioned, actually just beforehand, that like in a country as big as the States, for example, like the West Coast mushrooms and the East Coast mushrooms are really quite different. So you would need to have a different guide.
Well, there'll be common mushrooms, but they're quite different ecosystems. So you might be better off with a local guide which has fewer species in it than the big one that has all of them in. It might be an easy place to begin.
Brilliant. Thank you both very much. Merlin, I would like to try and do a quick summary, and both you and Tim, please correct me if I've got any of this wrong. So we start off by just saying, like, what is fungi? And amazingly, it is a kingdom, which I love because it's not a word that we use very often. It's a kingdom of life. So it's as big as plants or animals, but it's its own thing. And it turns out it's lived, I think you said, for 500 million years, like in this life with plants where they've grown together, and where until we invented these modern agricultural chemicals over the last 100 years, it was sort of essential for feeding the plants that we all ate. We've done a lot of damage to fungi with modern agriculture, probably without really being aware of it originally. And this is likely to affect the plants we eat. So historically, the plants we ate would have been in these deep relationships with the fungi, and there would have been all these chemicals. Now we sort of feed them with these fertilizers. They're sort of much simpler as a result. And we talked about this have been a little bit like sort of ultra processed food for plants, which we now know is not very good for people. Soil, therefore, historically is absolutely full of life. And today, in a lot of the places where we are doing this intensive agriculture, there's a lot less of it. So there has been this sort of profound breakdown. Why does this matter? It matters because we think this affects the food that we eat as well as affecting the ecosystem around us. We then talked quite a lot about mushrooms, which I discovered are like the fruit of the fungi. Firstly, talking about medicine, and there's lots of places in which it's been investigated. It sounds as though around areas of mental health. Tim was quite skeptical about ET supplements, which are not a way to get into a movie, but apparently are the latest rage. But I think, Tim, you said once again, you're very skeptical about something which is one chemical that's been extracted from these mushrooms and therefore leaving behind, maybe hundreds or thousands of others. And then we talked about mushrooms for eating. Both of you are incredibly positive, starting off with they tasting great, and therefore they should just be part of what we do, but also because they have all of these complex chemicals, and for the same reasons that fungi extract all of these chemicals that plants can't, there's a high chance that we're going to access a set of chemicals that are probably not in our regular diet. So again, creating more diversity, which is something that we talk about a lot on these podcasts. Often better if slightly cooked, which is the reverse sometimes of what we hear. It makes me pleased because I definitely prefer them that way. Even the humble button mushroom is just fine, and that I should not have been so prejudiced, though I heard Merlin definitely say oyster or shiitake were probably his preferences in taste. But above all, there's no such thing as a bad mushroom, and really what you should be looking for is, just like with plants, like diversity of them, trying different mushrooms. There are a limited number that are cultivated. I think you said there are about 30. I think I'd be lucky to find more than 4 in my local grocery store. So there's an issue about access, but the good news is actually dried mushrooms might be even better than fresh. So there is a way to do that. If you really want to go and access all the others, then you're going to have to figure out how to do it for yourself. And we'll put some links in the show notes for those of you who are interested. But do be aware that some of them are poisonous. So you need to make sure you really know what you're doing.
And also, if everyone goes out and picks the mushrooms in their parks and in the surrounding countryside, there won't be many mushrooms left. So foraging isn't really a sustainable way to feed a population at the moment. So if you were going to go out and look for mushrooms, if you found some edible mushrooms that you were convinced were edible mushrooms, you knew were edible mushrooms, you might take a few of them to eat and leave most of them behind.
Brilliant. Thank you both very much. Once again, I started, but I'm going to finish at the same time saying you have to look at the photos in this book. I think they will really blow your mind in the same way for me as like first listening to Tim talking about the microbiome being inside us and how much that shapes you. I think it's, I'm definitely not going to look at a plant in the same way as I did before. You realize that there's something really magical going on sort of under the soil. So I couldn't recommend it more. Merlin, thank you so much for coming in.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Tim, as always, thank you so much for guiding us through this.
It's been fun.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Merlin and Tim, for joining me on Zoe's Science and Nutrition today. It's It's been fascinating to hear about the incredible impact that fungi have on our planet and can have on our health. Now, if after listening to this, you're hungry for more science-backed nutrition and health insights, why not download our brand new guide, which captures 10 of the most impactful discoveries from the podcast so far. You can download it for free by going to zoe.com/podcast, and you can also learn more about Zoe. You'll also find the link in the show notes. As always, I'm your host, Jonathan Wolf. Zoe Science and Nutrition is produced by Yella Hewins-Martin, Richard Willen, and Tilly Fulford. See you next time.
In the early morning hours over Gondwana, the air is calm and still. As the stars gradually fade away in the rapidly lightening sky. A few clouds high in the atmosphere catch a glimpse of the sunrise to come, reflecting the same pink that now grows through the sky's lower reaches. Suddenly and silently, without a warning or fanfare, a flaring brightness pierces the horizon, and the orb of the sun emerges, shimmering, appearing improbably large, reflected in the ocean's surface. The world turns, and as the sun's light washes over the eastern shore of Gondwana, the landscape of this Devonian world is transformed. Land surfaces that were dimly lit by diffuse and hazy pre-dawn glow mere moments ago are now cast into sharp and eerie contrast as the sun's impossibly low angle projects elongated shadows from every hillside, bluff, and living thing. Under this bizarre lighting, the reality of a 400-million-year-old terrestrial world is revealed. Gone are the days of the barren, lifeless supercontinent. This immense land surface is now covered from shore to shore with terrestrial life. But it is still early days for the organisms who have forsaken the safety of the ocean. Insects and worms inch, crawl, and clamber, but none have yet taken to the skies. Plants, alien and strange to our eyes, only recognizable as such by their green coloration, spread haphazardly over the reddish soil. There are few of the leaves, stalks, seeds, and roots that will come to characterize later vascular plants and trees. Instead, these early colonizers creep and extend, occasionally projecting a fragile, rubbery stem a few tens of centimeters above the earth. Even under the low morning sun, the shadows of these plants are, like the primitive plants themselves, stunted. But occasionally, huge, slender shadows extend many meters across the rolling landscape. Immense, organic but otherwise featureless towers, the largest of which reaches 8 meters in height and 1 meter across. In an early terrestrial world dominated by primitive plants no more than a meter high, these monumental columns are huge and bizarre. But they are not plants. Neither have they been wrought by the might of the earth or the craft of any sentient life as we know it. They are fungi. Unimaginably huge mushroom skyscrapers that dwarf all other life on the surface of the Devonian earth. It is strange enough to consider a fungus reaching such mammoth proportions today, but it is even more remarkable in the relatively young terrestrial niche. The first fossils of these mysterious organic structures, recovered from Gaspé Bay in Quebec, were described more than 160 years ago by Canadian geologist John William Dawson. As was not uncommon at the time, John Dawson was a creationist, believing that all living things bestowed upon the earth were of the great Creator's making, arguing vehemently against Charles Darwin's new and radical theory of evolution. It is perhaps not surprising then, when faced with these bizarre Devonian fossils, Dawson's explanation erred on the side of the familiar. They were, he claimed, the remains of partially rotten giant conifers. And he named them Prototaxites, roughly translating as first yew. But Dawson's supposedly rotten specimens weren't even the first Prototaxites fossils to be collected. Some 17 years earlier, one of Darwin's friends and colleagues, Joseph Hooker, recovered similar remnants from Devonian rocks in Scotland. Unfortunately, the samples being mislaid until 2012. In the intervening years, many other examples of Prototaxites were found, from terrestrial rocks all over the world. Now they can be found in abundance in deposits from the mid-Ordovician, 470 million years old, to the late Devonian, aged 360 million years. These mysterious living monuments existed for 20 times the length of humanity's own reign. Given the immense diversity of fungi today, from slime molds, fungal infections to edible oyster mushrooms, the bizarre morphology of Prototaxites has attracted many alternative explanations, from that of a stringy alga like seaweed to a fortuitously rolled up bundle of non-vascular plants like liverwort. But the scientific consensus of the 21st century is that these seemingly impossible structures are in fact members of a long overlooked but nevertheless omnipresent kingdom, the fungi. Prototaxites' large size and widespread habitat throughout the Devonian is a clear implication that they were successful, and likely owed that success to a long and prosperous evolutionary line. The humble fungi, which live their lives practically out of sight and without which many of our modern ecosystems would not be able to survive, have been lurking in the background for longer than we may imagine. So, as we rewind the evolutionary clock from this curious age when vast mushrooms towered over all life on Earth, how far must we go to find their beginnings? What were the first fungi on the planet, and how did they come to shape our modern world? The answer might just be more amazing than we could have possibly imagined. The implications stretching far into our future, as well as our past. The history of our world spans more than 4 billion years. That's a lot of ground to cover. This episode of History of the Earth is brought to you by our partners at CuriosityStream, where you can find a vast catalogue of documentaries to help you get to grips with this immense span of time. 300 million years and ancient Earth are two that we enjoyed recently. But there are thousands of others to choose from on practically any topic you can think of. So head over to curiositystream.com/History of the Earth to sign up. Use our code History of the Earth and save 25% right now. That's an entire year for $14.99. Just $1.25 a month. Thanks. in the Blue Mountains of eastern Oregon. Bright alpine lakes shine like gemstones amidst the mountain meadows. Marching pine forests stretch off into the distance. The Malheur National Forest is a peaceful, natural wilderness, popular with hunters, herders, and hikers alike. And yet, unlikely as it seems, this forest is home to the largest and one of the oldest living beings on Earth. Like the mythical Sasquatch, it hides from sight. This enigmatic organism can only be spotted at certain times of the year, and then only if you know where to look. However, unlike Bigfoot, once glimpsed, this elusive entity is unable to make good its escape, since it is rooted, quite literally, beneath the ground. In 1998, a team of scientists set out to map the distribution of a deadly pathogenic fungus in eastern Oregon. In the moist autumns of the US Pacific coast, dark honey mushrooms sprout all around the bases of ailing pine trees. Named for the golden color of their caps, they are certainly attractive specimens. But they are a symptom of a much more sinister phenomenon unfolding beneath the surface. For the honey mushrooms are only the fruiting bodies of the Armillaria fungus, which survives by infecting and attacking the roots and trunks of living trees. It is a parasite feared by foresters all over the world, and by the time its mushrooms emerge, it is typically too late for the luckless tree, which has been eaten away from the inside by the insinuating fungal fibers. In order to investigate the spread of this fungal parasite throughout the idyllic woodland of Malheur, the scientists combined traditional mycological techniques with the latest in 20th century genetic fingerprinting. Taking samples of the fungal fibers from separate afflicted trees, they combined them in a petri dish to see if they would grow together and fuse, implying that they were of compatible genetic stock. And by extracting and analyzing their DNA, the similarities and differences in their genes could be compared side by side. The results of this analysis were astounding. At every tree they sampled over a 10 square kilometer area, the Armillaria fungus was genetically identical. Just as the cells in our own bodies are genetic clones of one another, so too were these fungal fibers. And just as our genetic makeup defines our individuality from other members of our species, so the fibers of Armillaria were all part of one immense fungal individual. Here, just beneath the forest floor, was the largest individual organism on Earth. Nicknamed the humongous fungus for good reason. 3 meters beneath the surface, it extends over an area of some 2,384 acres. It dwarfs the largest living animal, the 33-meter-long blue whale, and even trumps the largest plant colony, the 107-acre quaking aspen of Utah, named Pando. And yet, this monstrous fungus could easily be missed, if not for its golden mushrooms and the dying trees it leaves in its wake. Because the immense body of Armillaria is actually made of a network of gossamer fibers, which even at their densest look little more than white, moldy fur. And yet, this mycelial network, the true vegetative form of many fungi all over the world, is much greater than the sum of its diminutive parts. Not as an individual per se, but a collective. The armillaria of eastern Oregon is not only remarkable in its size, but also its age. Based on its rate of growth, scientists estimate this humongous fungus to be at least 2,400 years old, and possibly almost twice that. It has seen the rise and fall of civilizations and religions, the lives and deaths of almost 100 human generations. But this ancient organism is far from dormant. It, like all mycelia, is vibrantly alive, continually shifting and migrating through the forest soil, much faster and stranger than the roots of a plant. For as we now know, from roots discovered in 2017, mycelium itself seems to have been around for far longer, perhaps for more than 2 billion years, roughly half of Earth's history. The mycelial network stretching beneath the forest floor is composed of countless fungal fibers known as hyphae, each 5 times thinner than a human hair, but with the capacity to branch and fuse to create a woven mesh. This 3-dimensional net can be so dense that a single teaspoon of mycelium can contain as much as 10 kilometers of ultra-fine hyphae. Each fungal individual defines and expands its borders through the probing growth of hyphal tips, similar to the exploratory hairs of plants' roots and shoots, yet far more numerous. A large mycelial network may contain billions of hyphal tips whose exploration through the soil helps to locate food sources, grow, and renew the fungal body. Hyphae may be small, but they are mighty. Despite being only 1 cell thick, they can nevertheless knit together to create solid 3-dimensional structures. Like the golden edible mushroom caps of armillaria, the rigid shelves of the polypore bracket fungus, and even the towering columns of Prototaxites. There have been documented cases of newly surfaced roads being ripped open by the growth of mushrooms through the tarmac. And experiments have shown that growing hyphae can summon enough force to penetrate Kevlar. Of course, the main purpose of these mycelial hyphae is not to pierce armor and ravage our infrastructure. When they're not assembling elaborate fruiting bodies, hyphae are primarily occupied with the all-consuming task of feeding the voracious fungal entity. Oozing digestive enzymes out into the space around them, they supervise the breakdown of organic matter, then reabsorb the products. But they are capable of much more than just devouring. The probing behavior of millions of hyphal tips is like that of an immense swarm, acquiring and integrating information simultaneously on a massively parallel basis, and on a scale that rivals most home computers. Recent experiments having proven that mycelium can navigate its way through mazes to find the quickest route to the end. deciding whether to pursue or abandon a path of exploration relies on communication between distant reaches of the mycelial network. Although scientists are still unsure precisely how such communication takes place, they have observed it to be lightning fast. Much faster, for example, than the chemical discourse of plants, and perhaps more similar to the electrical signaling along our own nerve cells. As the hyphae grow, sever, or reinforce their links dynamically based on the information they receive, the mycelial network on the whole may be likened to a brain. Are mycelial fungi therefore capable of decision-making? Problem-solving? Like octopi, lacking a conventional nervous system, yet seeming to think with their tentacles? Do they possess a spark of intelligence in that hyphal brain, a composition of many life forms coming together to create a larger, more formidable whole? Acquiring new abilities horizontally? If so, it is unlike any intelligence that we are accustomed to recognizing. And yet, it was Charles Darwin who wrote that intelligence is based on how efficient a species becomes at doing the things they need to survive. Given the monumental success of the giant Armillaria and all other fungi whose bodies are composed of shifting, entwining hyphal nets, it's not hard to appreciate their efficiency, even if acknowledging intelligence is a step too far. Though, bizarrely, they do seem to exhibit traits of memory on occasion, without the need for a brain as we would recognize it. In truth, we still know very little of fungi and their strange, collective lives. By themselves, mycelial networks are a force to be reckoned with, and yet their power to shape and transform a living ecosystem is even more formidable. The inexorable growth of hyphae and the enzyme cocktail they excrete is enough to shatter rock over and over, creating the first soils in a bare landscape, and then, through their dense organic net, holding the ground in place. It is fungi who help pave the way for modern plants and animals to colonize virgin ground. And it was likely fungi who helped plants to make the leap onto land in the first place, 470 million years ago. For those first colonizing plants did not yet have the root systems that would allow them to access nutrients from the thin Ordovician soil. And so, researchers think that mycelial networks stepped up and fulfilled that role, at least for a few tens of millions of years. A role they continue to be an integral part of in forests all over the world. In this way, it was fungi who have enabled, shaped, and guided the course of terrestrial evolution. Fungi make mushrooms, but first they have to unmake something else. In this great recycling of organic matter that keeps our world moving, keeps evolution ever pushing onwards, they are the main players. And yet, still now, despite decades of research, we still know so little about these creatures with whom we share a common ancestor. Modern science is still delving deep to find out just how far these inscrutable fungal lives are entwined with our own, and with every other living thing on Earth. In the year 1487, so says the Spanish friar Diego Duran, writing 2 generations later, A particularly significant occasion took place at the Mexica Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, one of the largest cities the world had ever seen, the beating heart of the most powerful of all Mesoamerican empires. An early anthropologist of sorts, Duran sought to preserve the history of the rapidly disappearing Aztecs. By his day subject to Christianity and harsh Spanish colonial rule. He did this by doing what many refused to do, by talking and engaging with the surviving elders, recording for posterity what they told. On this particular occasion in 1487, Duran records a particularly grisly event. The new emperor, Ahuitzotl, one of the most formidable military leaders in the entire history of the New World, did things on a grand scale. Following his accession and successful conquests into new lands, over the course of 4 days, tens of thousands of captive warriors ascended the Templo Mayor at the heart of the city. One by one, their beating hearts were cut from their chests. Sacrificial blood offered to the gods as part of the ceremonial rededication of the empire. Yet, for those not taking part in the orgy of human sacrifice, the extended coronation festival is cause for uninhibited celebration. Chocolate is drunk, songs are sung, and a very special delicacy is enjoyed. Known locally as Teonanacatl, the flesh of the gods is a small spindly mushroom with a white stem and golden cap. Celebrants eat it raw or with a little honey and are instantly transformed. Some find themselves laughing and dancing uncontrollably. Others experience strange and disturbing visions of war, demons, or even their own deaths. Some are overcome, weeping openly, while others take quietly to their houses in a meditative mood. And after these journeys and visions, they come together to discuss what they saw. They believe that the mushrooms were gifted to the Aztec people by the serpent god Quetzalcoatl, and that consuming them gives them the power to commune with their gods. They are a frequent component of celebrations, healing, and religious rituals. Whether Duran or subsequent Spanish colonizers also sampled the sacred mushrooms, we do not know. And later conquistadors made great efforts to erase all records of the mind-altering substances, as well as the culture of the pre-Columbian Americas. After the fall of the Aztec Empire, it was difficult to learn more about these supposedly psychedelic fungi, or even identify the individual mushrooms responsible. Their very existence became controversial. Was the flesh of the gods little more than a myth itself invented by a traumatized chronicler to distance from the horrors of human sacrifice? Samples sent to Harvard arrived too rotten to be properly studied, and it was only when 20th century adventurers retraced Diego Duran's steps to Mexico and witnessed a modern-day mushroom ceremony that the psychoactive mushrooms were finally found to be real after all. Now, of course, we know these transcendental fungi as magic mushrooms, containing a chemical compound called psilocybin that can produce a psychedelic trip and hallucinations like that of the drug LSD. In fact, LSD itself was first synthesized from the chemicals produced by a different kind of fungus, and there are many such mushrooms capable of inducing similar experiences. while Diego Duran might have been one of the first Westerners to hear of the ritual consumption of these mushrooms, the 15th century Aztecs were by no means the first to partake. Ancient manuscripts that predate the Spanish conquest depict feathered deities holding and eating mushrooms. And mushroom-shaped statues have been discovered from Mesoamerica stretching back to the 2nd millennium BC. Elsewhere in the world, reverence for the spiritual mushroom extends back even further. Cave paintings in Algeria created between 7000 and 9000 BCE depict a godly figure with an animal's head and mushroom-like figures sprouting from its shoulders and arms. In classical Greece, a secretive ceremonial meeting known as the Eleusinian Mysteries, frequented by the likes of Plato, has long been theorized to involve the use of the psychedelic ergot fungi. It is the kind of bizarre image that the straight-minded might find hard to interpret, but which makes ultimate sense to a psilocybin connoisseur. The deep interlinked history of humans and psychedelic fungi has even given rise to a controversial theory, that it is the mushrooms themselves that are the architects of our humanity. Anthropologists have long grappled with the puzzling speed by which human culture, social structure, commerce and art seem to appear among the human species 50 to 70,000 years ago during the Paleolithic era. Scars on fossilized leaves from 48 million years ago, indicative of infection by the cordyceps fungus, suggests fungi may have been manipulating minds for as long as there have been minds to manipulate. Witnessing the transformative effects of psilocybin on the human mind today, and the uncanny ability of certain fungi to influence the life forms around them, certain fringe scholars have suggested it was the hallucinogenic effects of these mushrooms that allowed our ancestors to expand their minds in the first place. This so-called stoned ape theory of human evolution certainly sits at the fringes of science, and with little tangible evidence from that time, unfortunately, we may simply never know how much of our modern civilization we owe to the psychedelic trips of our forebears. But even if hallucinogenic mushrooms have played a marginal role, fungi in general have had a potent connection with humans for at least as long as there have been humans. Certain yeasts, in particular, that live on our bodies have adapted so much that they can't live without us. Neanderthal remains have been found with traces of penicillin-producing molds ground into their teeth, thought to be a treatment for dental problems, in a practice similar to that known from indigenous Australians and ancient Egyptians. More recently, Otzi, the Iceman, the 5,000-year-old mummy found frozen in the ice of the Austro-Italian Alps, carried with him pieces of the polypore fungus, which he likely used as tinder for starting a fire. Ink caps were used by medieval chroniclers to record words on parchments, and untold amounts of edible mushrooms have been invaluable allies throughout history, despite being feared and shunned in many cultures. Eventually, penicillin would be rediscovered accidentally and isolated into a powerful antimicrobial medicine, just in time to turn the tide of the Second World War. Doubtless, we owe at least part of our success as a species to the humble fungus. And humans are far from the only organisms that benefit from the diverse capabilities of the fungal kingdom. As has become better understood for the last decade or so, the mycelial networks that spread ubiquitously through forest floors all over the world do more than merely feed themselves. They also act as a vital communication network for the plants in the forest. It has been likened to a social network for the woodland, penetrating the roots of trees and weaving them together and providing vital nutrients that support their growth. Some scholars have gone so far as to liken this activity to trees talking to one another via underground fungal webs. Much more akin to cooperation rather than competition. For this, Wood Wide Web is capable of so much more. It can transmit warnings between individual trees. If one comes under insect attack, the fungal network beneath the ground carries the warning to nearby vegetation, allowing them to mount a chemical defense before the threat arrives. And in a strange altruistic tendency, carbon is moved from areas of abundance to those of scarcity. This is biological cooperation or symbiosis on the scale of entire ecosystems. But fungi are also capable of collaborating on a much more individual and intimate level. Lichen are strange plant-like growth that can be found on rocky surfaces, man-made monuments, and even certain slow-moving animals. The crusted, scaly, or feathered life forms are thought to encrust as much as 8% of the Earth's surface, often in places where no other living thing can survive. They can even withstand the freezing, desiccated, and irradiated environment of space. But lichens are not actually a single organism. Rather, they are an intimate symbiosis between photosynthesizing algae and fungus. Many different species of algae and fungi can come together and lichenize, the specific individuals determining the lichen's ultimate appearance and capabilities. Their relationship was actually one of the first symbioses to be described in the natural world. A Swiss botanist, Simon Schwendener, put forward his dual hypothesis of lichens in 1869. In this, he posited that the fungi were enslaving parasites that had forced the photosynthetic algae into service to produce sugar and energy for them, albeit with the promise of harbour and nutrients in return. Today, however, we know the relationship between the two lichen partners to be much more equitable. Although the deeper scientists probe, the more complex the picture becomes. In most lichens, there are more than two cooperating organisms, as several different fungal species work together in a way that mutually benefits all parties. Indeed, lichen scholars have yet to find how deep the symbiotic rabbit hole goes. Whether with algae and lichens, with trees in the Wood Wide Web, or with humanity in modern civilizations, fungi have made themselves invaluable partners in many of Earth's ecosystems. Their integration and interaction with nearly every living thing on the planet ultimately blurs the line of where fungi end and everything else begins. A collection of organisms, not just master and slave, not just individual singers, but a song. And so, tracing the origins of these remarkable organisms requires that we first understand exactly what they are. Chernobyl, 1986. A catastrophic explosion at a nuclear plant in what is now northern Ukraine sees radioactive waste spread across much of Europe. For many kilometers around the leaking plant, contamination levels are high enough to cause radiation poisoning and deadly cancers. In arguably the worst nuclear disaster the world has ever seen, a 10 square kilometer area of the surrounding forest is killed outright by radioactive material amounting to 20 times that of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The region becomes known as the Red Forest, after the color of its dead and dying trees. Every animal that couldn't flee ultimately perishing from the overwhelming corruption. After the disaster, the Chernobyl plant itself was closed down, but the radioactive fuel it still contained was left in situ. In order to prevent any further reaction and to protect the immediate area from the effects of radiation, the fuel is stored in huge vats of water. The clear water itself glows with unearthly blue Cherenkov radiation, generated as the decaying fuel splits water molecules, releasing energy in the form of light. Only the water isn't clear anymore. Over the years, it has become blackened. And the agent of this darkening is, remarkably, a fungus. Many species of fungi are known to be extremophiles. They are able to tolerate conditions well beyond the limits of what we would consider a comfortable existence. One such tolerance is the ability to withstand high levels of radioactivity. The same levels that were enough to ravage the planets and animals of the Red Forest. And so here, in the intensely radioactive waters of the abandoned Chernobyl plant, the radio-resistant fungi have found a way to survive. Even more surprisingly, these hardy organisms seem to be doing more than merely surviving here. Scientists have found them growing towards the hot radioactive particles and using the energy from radioactive decay in much the same way as plants use the light energy from the sun. Against unimaginable dangers, these fungal organisms have found a way to feed on radioactivity, perhaps digging deep in their primordial genetic makeup to find a new niche in the wake of radioactive devastation. The discovery has staggering implications. If a mushroom can adapt to eat nuclear waste, then surely other waste products can be consumed too. Perhaps, most importantly, plastics. The remarkable colonizers of Chernobyl comprise just a single variety among a staggering diversity of fungal species. With seemingly endless adaptations to a wide range of habitats, lifestyles, and symbiotic association. There are single-celled yeasts, vast mycorrhizal networks, fungi that build mushrooms of every conceivable shape and size, fungi that are cultured exclusively inside the nests of leafcutter ants, fungi that live only on and in the human body, and not to mention the countless lichenized forms hiding in plain sight. Although only 150,000 species have been formally described, scientists estimate there may be as many as 3.8 million species here on Earth, outnumbering plants by roughly 10 to 1. They have been incredibly successful and are incredibly old, 500 million years at the very least. If close enough in evolution, mycelium from some fungi can blend seamlessly with other species. Of course, given this cross-species breeding and being, fungi are almost the very definition of other. The polyphonic way they experience the world is immensely different to our monophony. With so much diversity, it can become difficult to identify the features that unite fungi, rather than set them apart from one another. One mycological idea is that we should abandon dividing them into species altogether, due to the inadequate categorizations given to them for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Thought to be merely parasites until very recently, for influential Swedish botanist Carl Linnaeus, they were chaos incarnate. Others genuinely thought them caused by lightning strikes. By the 19th century, they were categorized as plants, and only in the mid-1960s were they granted an entire kingdom of their own. For, in reality, fungi are closer to animals. They are eukaryotes, set apart from their bacterial cousins through the presence of a nucleus and other membrane-bound machinery inside their cells. They lack the photosynthetic chloroplasts that plants possess, and despite being historically grouped among plants on account of their vegetative lifestyle, fungi actually share more in common with animals than with any other kingdom. Indeed, many fungi contain the same light-sensitive pigments as can be found in our own eyes, and their compatible biochemistry is what makes them such potent allies in the field of human medicine. Together with animals and single-celled protists, the fungi are part of a larger group known as opisthocons, but justify their own kingdom through the possession of unique features shared by neither animal or protist. They are defined in part by their unique mode of growth, from probing hyphal tips, and the ability of these hyphae to digest their food outside the fungal body rather than an internal stomach. Typically, hyphae can be recognized by their ability to branch, often at right angles, and to converge and fuse again further down the line. And fungal cells, regardless of their habitat, are all strengthened by a specific kind of biological polymer known as chitin. Some animals also make use of chitin for protection. It is especially common in the ecosystems of arthropods like insects and crabs. But only in fungi is it ubiquitous around each and every cell. This toolkit of classifying features allows paleontologists to trace the fungal kingdom back through the mists of time, and to begin to search for the origins of fungi on Earth. It is the uniquely hyphal microstructure found in fossil specimens of Prototaxites that best supports its fungal interpretation. But an absence of corroborating biochemistry makes the conclusion of giant fungi 470 million years ago a somewhat tentative one. Instead, paleontologists consider the oldest uncontested fungal fossils to be those preserved in intricate cellular detail in the 410-million-year-old glassy cherts of Rhynie, Scotland. Here, a wide diversity of fungal types are preserved as if in crystal clear resin, painting a picture of a terrestrial Devonian world in which fungi have already found and exploited many of their modern-day niches. These specimens are by no means the first of their kind, appearing as they do already adapted to their chosen lifestyles. But they do serve an important purpose in modern paleontological analysis. Genetic and physiological analysis of fungi alive today allow them to be plotted onto an evolutionary family tree, with more recently derived species forming the most distant twigs and more ancestral forms branching closer to the root. Finding and plotting the fossil specimens onto this family tree helps to orient those relationships in time as well as in evolutionary space, and to calibrate estimates on the rate of fungal evolution on the basis of genetic transformation. Using these statistical tools, modern paleontologists have estimated that the origins of the fungal kingdom extend back long before the age of giant prototaxites. Indeed, they suggest that we should be searching for the first fungi back in the Neo-Proterozoic between 1,000 and 750 million years ago, before even plants or animals have made a definitive appearance. Long before the green abundance of the Devonian, when the terrestrial Earth was still a wasteland, with no soil to speak of, all nutrients trapped within rocks, it seems at least possible that algae and fungus made it onto the land together. Like the aftermath of Chernobyl and countless mass extinction events before, early pioneers leading the way for more life to follow. Just outside the thriving city of Mbuji-Mayi, in the heart of the Democratic Republic of Congo, rolling tropical grasslands are pushed aside by the inexorable advance of industry. Ever since the discovery of diamonds here in 1909, the gentle hillsides have been torn open, exposing wounds of bright red soil and filling the rivers with the same blood-red silt. Today, though one of the most troubled regions on the planet, the area supplies some 10% of the world's diamonds. Prospecting geologists continue to search for more in the ancient rocks beneath the surface. There is no other material like it. In the absence of any great mountains or sharp rocky escarpments in this part of the country, prospectors must actively drill down into the rocks beneath their feet. And one such drill core, not far from the bustle of the DRC's second city, has revealed hidden treasures, although not the kind that will bring economic geologists running. The Kanshi B13 core penetrates limestone and shaly rocks that are Neo-Proterozoic in age, and which were likely deposited in a warm, perennial lake. Here, as in so many rocks of this age, paleontologists have found spherical microfossils that are thought to belong to primitive eukaryotic algae. But at a depth of more than 100 meters, the extracted core contains something else. Something much more remarkable for the time. In a layer aged between 810 and 715 million years old, an international team of scientists have identified curious, filamentous fossils preserved in 3 dimensions by crystalline limestone. Each filament is less than 10 microns, 1/100th of a millimeter across and up to a millimeter in length. But together they pack densely into an interconnected mesh of branching and fusing strands. In shape and arrangement alone, they are surprisingly similar to the hyphae of modern mycelial network. But at an age almost double that of the oldest confirmed fungi, it will take more than morphology to make a case for these supposed Neo-Proterozoic fungi. Fortunately, these filaments are preserved in such a way that allows scientists to search for other strengthening strands of evidence to support the fungal conclusion. Using a technique called Raman spectroscopy, which uses laser light to reveal the nature of chemical bonds in a structure, they found the filaments to be composed of organic material that had undergone the same heating and compression as the surrounding rock. This implies that they are just as ancient as the limestone that surrounds them, and not the result of some secondary infiltration. Next, the researchers employed a kind of chemical staining that's typically used to identify fungi in modern soils. The stain clings to the chitin that uniquely makes up fungal cell walls and not to anything else, causing the fungal members of a community to glow green under specific microscopic light. And sure enough, when the fossil filaments were treated with the stain, they glowed the characteristic green, suggesting that chitin was a significant part of their original organic structure. These multiple lines of evidence, from morphology to chemical composition, are necessary to substantiate what is ultimately a remarkable claim: that recognizable fungal mycelia had already evolved at least 715 million years ago. This mycelium would have lived within the sediment, just under the water or at the shore of the Neoproterozoic lake, feeding on decaying organic matter from algae and bacteria. It is a lifestyle almost identical to that of many mycelia today, and these fossils suggest it has an origin deeper in the past than we might imagine. But even these are not the oldest fungal candidates found to date. In the far north of the Canadian Northwest Territories, on the desolate frosted shores of the Arctic Ocean, dark-coloured shales have been dated to around 1 billion years old, some 200 or 300 million years older than the limestones of the DRC. Here, traditional micropaleontological methods, which involve dissolving away the solid rock to leave behind the organic material trapped within, has yielded microfossils with a unique shape and structure that hints at a fungal affinity. Large spheres between 3 and 0.08 of a millimeter across are attached to narrow filaments, which branch at right angles to one another. Researchers have interpreted these structures as the reproductive spores and connective hyphae of fungi. And while the wealth of analytical data is not as great as the younger African specimens, chemical analysis of these Canadian examples does seem to suggest the presence of fungal chitin within the walls as well. Although these conclusions are more tentative, the possible appearance of already distinct fungal structures at this earlier point in time does seem to be honing in on the earliest origins of the fungal kingdom. Elsewhere around the world, fossils reveal some of the earliest possible holozoans, the precursors to true animals. That the fossil evidence of fungi seems to be consistent with genetic estimates of their appearance too, helps to build a picture of microbial diversity at the very beginning of the Neoproterozoic, perhaps due in part to the stability and worldwide strife of the Boring Billion. This then could be the age where our ancestors and the fungi went their separate ways, diverging on very different evolutionary paths. However, there is one more fungal fossil candidate which seems to blow this neatly converging picture apart. In 2017, paleontologists from Sweden and Australia found structures inside the bubbles of ancient lava flows that also seem to show a curiously fungal habit. The key difference is that these samples from South Africa are 2.4 billion years old. Inside these basaltic bubbles, which form naturally as gases attempt to escape through sticky liquid magma, the researchers have found filaments, the typical dimensions of fungal hyphae, which branch and fuse in a compellingly mycelial way. The morphology argument may be strong, but the unique preservation and extreme antiquity of these specimens renders any supporting chemical analysis impossible. and at more than 1 billion years older than when the fungal genome is thought to have emerged, the fungal interpretation is perhaps too extraordinary a claim. Yet, even if they are not true fungi as we have come to define them, there is no denying the mycelial habit. Perhaps more primitive organisms, whether bacteria or some of the first eukaryotes, experimented with a mesh-like mycelium long before the fungal kingdom made it their own. All of these ancient fungal and mycelial discoveries have been made within the last 5 years, highlighting just how immature the science of fungal paleontology is. Much like mycology in general, which hovers awkwardly somewhere between plant and animal studies. Indeed, it is only in the last few decades that ecologists have come to realize the staggering diversity and vital importance of fungi in modern ecosystems, catching glimpses of them within the fossil record, whether in their monumental success as Devonian prototaxites, their understated diversity in the Rhynie-chert, or in their earliest microbial manifestations in the Neo-Proterozoic, reveals just how influential fungi have been through much of life's history. They have played a crucial role in cycling nutrients and shaping ecosystems for much longer than we may have imagined. Perhaps creating soil in the first place, and certainly keeping it healthy for other forms of life. It is very likely that it was fungi that supported and enabled the success of other kingdoms of life throughout the Neo-Proterozoic and beyond, just as it was fungi who facilitated the colonization of land some 450 million years ago, as well as the recolonization of blasted landscapes after mass extinction events. For as much as 1 billion years or more, it seems, everywhere life seeks to explore, fungi have been one step ahead, preparing the way. And with the development of so-called mycotecture being investigated for space travel and habitation, it is a role that may just continue long into the future. You've been watching the entire history of the Earth. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let us know what you think in the comments, and we'll see you next time. Growing up in Leicestershire in the 1950s, there isn't much to keep a young mind occupied. Children spend the long summer afternoons unsupervised, roaming over every inch of the towns, villages and surrounding countryside, purely for something to do. So when schoolgirl Tina Negus comes to her teachers with tales of strange markings on the rocks near her favourite blackberry picking spot in Charnwood Forest, they shrug it off as little more than the imaginings of a bored adolescent. A year later, 3 more schoolchildren, Richard Allen, Richard Blatchford and Roger Mason, are scrambling over the same rocks when they too spot something curious inscribed in the stone. Despite the conviction of all 3, their jaded teachers refuse to believe them, thinking it merely to be a ruse designed to lure them out into the woods and forego their lessons for a fun day out in the forest. The adults give the matter no more thought, but Roger Mason is not so easily deterred. With the support of his father, who never doubts anything young Roger says, he goes straight to the most senior geologist he can find. Despite his commitments as Professor of Geology at Leicester University, Trevor Ford is won over by Roger's earnest plea and concedes to scramble among the blackberries and over the sloping rocks to see what the boy has found. And as it turns out, none of the school children had been lying. Pushing aside brambles and leaf litter, Trevor runs his fingers over some of the most remarkable and puzzling structures he has ever seen. They look like leaves or gigantic feathers trodden into the rock by some titanic force. Each of their delicate veins is picked out in exquisite detail by the subtle rise and fall of the sandstone itself. At the time, Ford knew of no mechanism by which a leaf or feather could become so impressed in solid sandstone. Except at the moment of that rock's formation, leading him to the inescapable conclusion that this was a fossil remnant of some unknown organism or process. And yet even more remarkably, Ford knows that this area of Charnwood Forest is underlain by some of the most ancient rocks in England. They are pre-Cambrian, long predating the appearance of leaf-bearing plants or feather-clad birds. In fact, these rocks long predate any known fossil visible with the naked eye.
And then last but certainly
This
not
specimen,
least,
staring defiantly
the part
back
that
from
I'm
the
most
surface of
excited
the
for,
rock,
selfishly.
is a paradox, a conundrum. In that moment, young Roger and the Professor find themselves teetering on the edge of a precipice of discovery, much greater than the small bluff that they are standing on. This find is something stranger than anything the geological world has seen for 100 years. In time, Trevor Ford will extract the precious fossil from its brackeny home. Huge slabs of rock weighing more than 200 kilograms are levered out and transported back to the university. The strange structure is confirmed as a fossil of a long-lost creature of immense Precambrian age. But this Charnia masoni, so named for its modern-day home forest and the tenacious child that found it, is but the first of many such fossils to be ultimately recovered from rocks of that
They are
age.
doing great.
And together, they paint a picture of a
That
stranger
scares
world
me.
than any
And I'm
paleontologist
scared right now.
would dare to imagine. In the twilight of the
I don't know what to do
Proterozoic,
with this.
not long before the dawn of animals as we
scared.
know them, the seafloor bristles with truly
I was trying to probably turn my
alien
controller and make sure
life.
this works.